I know it's just as.
Yeah.
You may have to speak, so. Testing, testing.
Are you guys ready? I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of March 18, 2025. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chizin. Here. Councilmember Black. Here. Councilmember Sweet. Here. Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal. Here. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here. Our study session tonight is on two items. First is an update on the fire and park impact fee schedule. Second, we'll receive an update on the Kirkland Cares Low Income Support Program. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. City Manager.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. So the reason this is a study session is we definitely want council feedback. As many of you mentioned in our calls, this is a complicated topic. There's many levers to push and pull. So we're going to walk you through them. We're looking for feedback. You will get other bites at the apple. We'll be coming back future council meetings as well. Can't hear me?
I think it's your friends over there.
Friends are having a conversation.
Oh, so it's not the microphone.
No.
Operating error. Okay. Here to give us that presentation is Kevin Pelstring, our new approved financial planning manager. So it's now official. So
Oh,
Kevin.
congratulations.
This is his first time without the interim title. We're excited. That's why he has the mustache. Yes.
Looking sharp. He's got the
sense
job.
of authority.
George is probably jealous.
That's me. I do believe we also have some consultants on line 2 to answer questions if we need them. So.
There they are. Or there he.
Up there, Mr. Ghilarducci. And we're going to use about 2/3 of the session for this and then 1/3 for the low-income discount presentation. So.
All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council, and community. As City Manager said, we have some pretty exciting updates for you on the fire and park impact fees. There's a lot of information in here, and as you probably remember from the last time we presented on this in October, it's pretty thick, so please stop me at any point if you have any questions. Tonight we have John Burkholter, the Development Engineering Manager, here to help answer some of the questions and kind of walk through our thought process as we come to you with a proposal on a per square foot basis for the fire and park impact fees. We also have John Ghilarducci, the principal at FCS Group, Bowman Company, and Luke Nelson, senior analyst, that have both been really key on this ongoing study. So they're here to answer any of the really technical questions as they come up. So I have about 20 slides. And I have designated some places for council feedback specifically. But again, please stop me if you have any questions or want to talk through anything. And there's a few things that we're specifically looking for council direction on. So brief reminder where we are. It's been a while since you've seen this information, but we had the first study session in October on the preliminary results of the fire and park impact fee. We got some feedback from you all and council at that time that there was some interest in a per square foot basis for that fee, given some of the amended RCW, which we'll go over in a second. So we're bringing that back to you today. In April, we're hoping to do the first read of adoption of an ordinance for fire and park impact fees updated. And then for the transportation, we just got the preliminary transportation results. So we're hoping to bring those to you in April and May for your consideration and then adoption. All three of those will be effective in June. So it's been a little bit, so we wanted a refresher on why we do impact fees, what impact fees are paying for. So impact fees are one-time charges on new development and redevelopment to provide key capital funding towards growth improvements that serve this growth in our community. So the city implements transportation, park, and fire impact fees. We also collect school impact fees for the Lake Washington School District. Those are calculated by the district and handled separately via planning and building. And impact fee studies are really important to ensure that growth is paying for growth in the community. So we have a beautiful example here on the screen of 132nd Square Park, which received park impact fees, and a few other, key projects recently, were the Totem Lake Connector, which received about $2.5 million of transportation park impact fees, and the Fire Station 24 training capacity improvements, which is where a lot of the fire impact fees have gone in the last few years. So that project is ongoing. So a reminder that this fee study is a little bit different than previous versions as a result of the changing RCW. So the state amended the impact fee statute, RCW 8202060, in 2023. Specifically, the language is reflecting the proportionate impact of new housing units, including multifamily and condominium units, based on the square footage, number of bedrooms, or trips generated in order to produce a proportionally lower impact fee for smaller housing units. So this is the trickiest part of this impact fee study update, is that we're trying to be responsive to this new RCW. And as a number of you have already brought up good questions in the previous study session, there's a lot of different opportunities to change, and a million different ways that we could structure this. So it is an interesting challenge, but it certainly it definitely broadens the possibilities of what we do with the impact fees. So it has taken a while to kind of parse through. Revised modeling. So at the October study session, council brought up noted that some of the data that we were using around growth assumptions in this study was inconsistent with the 2044 comprehensive plan. It was based on capacity figures, so how much development could occur in the city as opposed to target growth. So we've revised that, and all the fire fee schedules in this analysis and in the memo and in the presentation should reflect that revised modeling. So as a result of that, there has been some changes to the non-residential fire impact fees. So that's what that table is there in the middle. So both schools and healthcare are showing an increase. There was an increase in the prior version, but now that increase is much more pronounced. So we wanted to kind of explain why that is occurring, and it's twofold. One is that schools and healthcare in the 2024 study, which is based on 2023 call data, they generated proportionally higher number of calls in 2023 than the data that the previous study was based on. So they're accounting for a larger portion of a larger pie, as I said in the memo. The second piece is that larger pie is the 2024 total cost basis for fire improvements is 40% larger than 2020. So they're capturing more of that pie, and that pie is larger, just to really hammer in that metaphor. So the 82% increase to schools, we wanted to add a little context of what that looks like. So this is an example of a school that's actually in Redmond, but a planned middle school rebuilding, Evergreen Middle School. So based on the plan, the current building area is about 103,000 square feet, and the remodel would bring it to about 135,000 square feet, or an increase of about 32,000 square feet. So at that net increase, so the project would get credit for the existing square footage of the school. The net change would be, the difference would be $36,373 under this $1.14 calculated fee in this study. So the difference between the current fee, which is 63 cents per square foot, and the calculated fee, which is $1.14, which would mean that the difference in fee would be $16,371. So if council did move forward with using the calculated fees for schools, that project would pay $16,000 more on an approximate budget of about $203 million. So just to put that into context, aside from large new schools, this difference can be relatively minor in a large budgeted rebuild. And so one consideration that we wanted to bring to council, after talking to city attorneys and talking to the consultants, staff believes that council may select a lower amount as long as it's not higher than the proportional amount for the schools, or maintain the current fees for these sectors. So the policy question for council tonight is, does council want to maintain current fees for schools and healthcare, adopt the fees as calculated, or potentially phase those in over a period of several years? So, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Sweet.
I don't know why I didn't think about this when I read it, but do schools also pay park impact fees?
No, for right now, the only park impact fees we have is residential.
Okay, great.
Go ahead, Kevin. I don't see anybody else.
Okay.
We actually want some direction.
Yeah, sorry. We're hoping to get, some direction from you all and
Get
on
carried to
how
the
you
end.
want to move forward.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Well, generally, I think that we should have consistency across types versus trying to pick different types to change the formula on. So generally, I'm okay with adopting the fees as calculated, but I do want to kind of check our work. This square foot proportionality is something that a bunch of cities may be touching their impact fees to be able to go address, and I'm curious on what other cities are looking. Are they saying the same call generation rates that we are? Is there anything anomalous about what we're doing? So I'd like to get some more information, but until that, I'm okay with the formula as calculated.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree, and I appreciate your comments, Deputy Mayor, on that. You know, if the example you gave were to show that it was going to be some astronomical costs for the school district that would be alarming, that would be troublesome, then I may have different opinions. But given that, you know, even with the increase, it seems pretty minimal for a real-life example that the school district is facing, I support option 2, adopt fees as calculated.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. So a question about this. My understanding of impact fees is you can't be selective. You can't just say, I'm going to reduce fees for this type of land use. I mean, you have to change the methodology for all of the land uses, because otherwise cities would be picking and choosing winners, and that's my understanding. That's not allowed under state law, so I'm a little confused by the question.
City Attorney, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, well, you can't certainly spread out the fees differently, so you couldn't say all the costs of all the improvements we put into the calculation can't be spread across to the other types of categories, because then it wouldn't be proportional to the impact of those categories. But we do think you can reduce the category here lower than their proportional, the top calculation we can do. We could lower everybody, or you can lower, we think you can lower this category differently. We're looking into it a little further, but that means sort of right now, we think you have space to say this category, these categories, particularly the ones we thought, because we noted these as having sort of more of a public impact and often not entirely taxpayer-funded projects. So that's why we highlighted these two, especially because of the large increase. But we couldn't otherwise spread around the cost of the improvements. So the city would end up covering ultimately the cost of all those improvements with other funding that isn't impact fee funding related of the new development, right? Because you're not collecting that from a category.
Well, I would just maintain the fees as proportionally as they were calculated. I think picking winners and losers, I would say that I haven't seen that be legally acceptable in my 20-plus years in doing this, so I'd love to see that legal argument.
Councilmember Black.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. So appreciate the conversation. This has been helpful. Don't necessarily disagree with anything I've heard. I really like the idea of a consistent, logical methodology. At the same time, you know, these two categories, not entirely uniquely, but somewhat uniquely, are sort of part of our public infrastructure. So you, on the one hand, you can kind of see why, subject to legal constraints, whatever they may be, you can see why, as a policy matter, you might say, somewhat subsidizing these two uses, given the fact that their public infrastructure makes sense from a just purely philosophical policy standpoint. But really, at the end of the day, given, the small amount of increase we're talking about on Kevin, did you see that was a $200 million project?
Yeah, 203 million.
So on a $203 million project, a $16,000 increase, passed through a lens of a consistent logical methodology, I think that ultimately ends up winning the day. But I just want to acknowledge, there is another part of my mind that says, if it's from a purely philosophical policy standpoint, it could make sense. But in the end, I appreciate the consistent methodology.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chizen?
I would be in favor of adopting the fees as calculated unless the Lake Washington School District or another one of our stakeholders has a strong opinion, and I'm not sure if we've gotten any opinion from the Lake Washington School District, but if we're talking about $16,000, it doesn't seem like an amount of money that we need to increment over 3 years. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I guess it's a question to staff also, is if the Lake Washington School District or any of our stakeholders has provided an opinion.
We haven't approached them yet. We're waiting for this conversation, but we'll reach out to them after.
Okay.
I'm just going to say I'm also in support of adopting the fees as calculated. As you said, growth needs to pay for growth, and we have infrastructure needs that we have to fund.
Thank you.
Wonderful. All right, so moving to the residential fees and the exciting part of the presentation, the per square foot basis option. So as I mentioned, council showed some interest in a simpler per square foot basis at the October 1 study session. So we had a lot of internal conversations, and John and I talked back and forth about this at length, and talked to public works staff, planning and building staff, and finance, and just really explored what sort of things, what sort of issues this would bring in as possible. So we're returning to council with a proposal to do that for that per square foot basis, and have considered a lot of the things, but as we received some of your questions today, it brought up other questions that we hadn't considered. So we'll continue to noodle on that, but we have a lot of this brought forward today. So this proposal has two different types of forms of housing. They're not just single family and multifamily, but defined as residential non-stacked dwelling units and stacked dwelling units, and I'll jump into that definition in just a couple slides here. But the fire impact fees would be calculated separately. So the data shows that there's the call rate is different for these stacked big apartment complex style residential dwelling units versus non-stacked or smaller, more single-family homes, row homes, that sort of thing. So those are two different fees. Whereas in park impact fees, the logic is a little bit different. It's directly based on occupancy and people rather than the actual size of the structure. So that we're recommending is the same across both types. So here's the first of the two forms, the residential non-stacked dwelling units. So this is, again, all residential units that are not stacked, right in the name, or do not have units on multiple floors. So some examples are ADUs or DADUs, townhomes, duplexes with both ground floor units, single-family homes, cottage homes. And the fees for this would use combined condition space, which would exclude garages. We are recommending a maximum park fee based on a 2,200 square foot dwelling. And I'll get into that a little bit, but the basis of that is coming from the consultants, which recognize that there is a correlation between occupancy and dwelling size, which starts to weaken above that 2,250 square foot level or so. Whereas on the fire side, the maximum fire fee would be based on 4,000 square feet. Obviously, that's based on actual size of structure. That's going to be more, representative of the stress on fire suppression systems. So the reason that we've pointed at this 4,000 square foot line is that it would approximately match if you add in, a two-car garage, and then any other outside space that's covered and is counted under the Kirkland Municipal Code towards the 5,000 square foot requirement, whereas if you have more than 5,000 square feet, you're required to have a sprinkler system. So the idea is that once you have a sprinkler system, it's a different type of fire risk. So that's why we kept it at that 4,000 square foot zone. And I have a spot here for council feedback. We have another point when we get into, we kind of bring these policy questions forward, and we have a little bit more context for the maximum fees, but happy to hear any direction you have at this point too.
Council, any questions? Comments? Councilmember Sweet.
It begs the question just a little bit in terms of bodies versus square feet, in my mind, in terms of having a unit with maybe 2 or 3 ADUs or DADUs attached, in terms of park impact. At the
Right.
same time, I have such an aversion to anything that adds cost to housing that in my mind, actually only messes with the math.
Right, right. And we get into the details and some of the kind of pros and cons of the ADUs, specifically a little bit, so we can kind of dive into that a little bit later in the presentation.
Councilor Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kevin, kind of a technical question. John, maybe it's for you. So get prepared. And this has to do with our definition of square footage. Are we feeling really good about our codified definition of square footage when it comes to our conversations with builders about what the square footage of the construction is? In other words, do we have a really objective test standard, or is that something we need to work on?
John, do you have a good response to that?
Turns out it's a question for Adam.
Hi, good evening, Council. We do have a definition in our code for 2 different types of of square footage. Floor area for the purposes of calculating floor area ratio, and then gross floor area. And so we do have pretty good definitions. I would say they're not perfect, and we've had issues when we've calculated square footage of cottage units, for instance, doing things like excluding covered porches and decks and things like that. But I would say the definition is pretty good, and I think it's good enough for the purposes of calculating impact fees, especially if we're excluding non-conditioned space like garages.
So would you, question for anyone, is this an opportunity to refine that definition to make sure it's the best it can be and as objective as it can be for purposes of, since we're moving to impact, we're using this definition for the first time for impact fees. Is this an opportunity? I guess that doesn't need to be answered now, but I guess I would say that's something we should look at without messing something else up, obviously, right?
Yeah, that's definitely one consideration as we look through what this would actually look like when we start, processing these types of impact fees and trying to calculate them within our system. So I think that's something that John Burkholter is still working on with his team to actually, once we receive one of those applications, how are we going to verify that square footage and that it is matching this definition? So we can, return with a little bit more details on that. But I think at this point we feel pretty good about how we're moving forward with that.
Okay, just something for us to pay attention to. Thanks.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
All right, and the second form is the residential stacked dwelling units. So again, this is, thinking more on the large apartment complexes and garden apartments. So this is defined as any residential developments where dwelling units have one or more horizontal walls in common with or adjacent to one or more other dwelling units. So these, we're really trying to get those truly large multifamily projects. And the fees here would use that gross floor area of the entire structure, so that includes common areas. And the stacked park fees would be set at the same per square foot as single-family fees, as I mentioned earlier, because it's based on occupancy, and we don't see a higher utilization for those residents in these types of units versus non-stacked. And stacked fire fees are set at approximately 40% of the single family or the non-stacked fee per square foot, because call data shows that they have a lower incident generation rate rather. And these units, because they're so large, there's no maximum fee because we're looking at the entirety of the structure. So key impacts, I just wanted to kind of call out, immediately some of the things that are changing in this proposal and make sure that we're leaving room for any council feedback on those consequences. But cottages, carriage houses, horizontal duplexes, and most of the multi-unit homes would move. So on the right side here, for context, is the existing fee schedule for both park and fire impact fees. So those cottages, carriage houses, horizontal duplexes, and most multi-unit homes would move from being considered multifamily dwellings to residential non-stacked dwelling units. So that means that there is going to be an increase in, likely an increase in their fees. Second, redevelopment projects will be credited to the value of impact fees for existing structures today. So previously or currently the policy is it's a 1-for-1 replacement. So it doesn't matter if you're replacing a 1,500 square foot home with a 7,000 square foot home, you're still paying the same. But under this, we would actually look at the net change. So that is going to be a lot of different projects that previously would not have any impact fees that now would. And then the third is, and again, we have some further discussion on this later, is that the ADUs and DADUs under this staff proposal recommendation are proposed to no longer be exempted. So just wanted to highlight those because those are big changes that this per square foot kind of whole alternative would cause. So again, any council feedback, questions, thoughts?
Councilmember Sweet.
Why did we exempt ADUs in the past?
I believe that the exemption came around the original missing middle legislation. It was, the idea was to incentivize.
Of course, that's all fixed now.
Right. Yes, but we have, as you can see, I think it's attachment 2. There is been a strong growth in the number of these ADUs and DADUs that has been built.
I know.
Also, the ADU, allowing ADUs came before the middle housing code, so even one step earlier. And so, yeah, the whole goal was to try to incentivize them because they just weren't getting built on their own, really.
Well, and because we didn't want to add to the or the cost of housing.
Right.
Councilmember Tim Chison.
So you would no longer exempt ADUs, and for a 1,000 square foot ADU, what approximately would be the fee?
It would be.
I think we have a slide for that.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I think we can get to that at the end. But it would be about $5,000 for the parks and about $730 for fire, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, and we had previously exempted those, but I mean, I don't know that we're at the levels of ADUs that we wanted. Maybe you can shed some more light on that. I know we've gotten a lot of permits, like 70 or 100 a year, and that doesn't mean 70 or 100 a year are actually getting built. It only means they filed for permits. So, I mean, I don't know what the goal was or where we're at, but I don't know that 70 or 100 a year is super significant ADU growth to change strategies.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I'm with my colleagues on each side of me here. With respect to the ADUs, DADUs, and this is where we're having that conversation, just to be clear. I didn't know if there was more.
We do have another slide. We do have another slide, so we
Okay, so we're jumping ahead, but I'm already on, I'm on the mic. So when it comes to ADUs, coming into this conversation, I mean, I was curious what my colleagues had to say, for sure. But coming in the conversation with ADUs and DADUs, we're just now seeing in my opinion, we're just now seeing the effects of what we did in 2020 with respect to some of the steps to encourage ADUs. And I realize the city took steps even before 2020 and the middle housing ordinance with respect to ADUs. But I feel like we're just seeing that come online. And I'd like to see I'd like to observe it a little bit longer before interrupting it with these fees. I think to me, the logic that applied in 2020 still applies today, at least for purposes of a couple more years of evaluation. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a tough one, right? Because like Councilmember Sweet says, you know, I'm not a fan of making housing more expensive to build when we're in a housing affordability crisis and a housing shortage crisis, right? That we need more housing to be built. And at the same time, growth needs to pay for growth. And I understand the balancing of those things is challenging, and I understand the intent in 2020 when we adopted the updated missing middle housing legislation back then to exempt ADUs, because we want to see more ADUs built. We want to see more missing middle housing being built. We want to see it be like workforce type, you know, middle housing being built. And I know we're seeing a lot of like luxury type of ADUs being built. We hear that a lot from the community, that some of this kind of missing middle housing that we're seeing being built is still really unaffordable. And at the same time, it's also a supply and demand thing. So we need to look at it, you know, from a 20,000-foot view and not just an individual, you know, housing being built. So all that to say, there are lots of factors, and this is really complicated to balance this. And so I wonder, we're going to be talking about, well, later tonight, we're going to be talking about just, you know, phase 1 of missing middle housing updates, just complying with state law. And then we're going to be later this year talking about phase 2 in missing middle housing. Is there any reason why we couldn't have, like, keep what we have for now and have this conversation about impact fees around the missing middle housing conversation when we have that conversation holistically? I know that's not the main meat of what we're going to be talking about with missing middle housing, but is there any reason why that couldn't be a part of that conversation then? Kind of.
No, there's no reason. And since you're discussing whether or not to add them as a category to be, you know, included impact fees, you certainly have time to do that, right? You're not collecting them on them now, so.
Yeah, because I mean, thank you. I agree with Councilmember Black that I feel like we're just and Councilmember Tim Chisholm and Councilmember Sweet, we're kind of seeing, you know, the effects and the impacts of the work that we did a few years ago. We know that we have more work to do, this being one of many, many levers and things that we'll be talking about that could impact the building of missing middle housing that we know we need in our community, how much it costs, how much of it is built. And so I would want us to be really mindful of that. And so I think listening, because, you know, I also really was curious what my colleagues had to say, listening to what they're saying tonight and still processing this. Where I'm at now is that I would like for us to hold off on making changes and still have it exempt from those fees, and then have this conversation when we talk about phase 2 of missing middle housing. I think that makes sense because, again, there are so many different levers we're going to be talking about with missing middle housing that I think it needs to be discussed in context. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I had originally asked staff a couple of questions. One was on attached ADUs in-house and wondering if fees would be captured there, because at that point you have a choice of a single-family house that's larger or an ADU, and I didn't want to disincentivize the ADU. Now what I'm hearing is some interest in expanding that. There's already a proposed exemption on 500 square feet, so I wanted to understand what we're talking about between, if we were to say, take out the attached ADUs, and we have a 500 square foot exemption today, what is this piece that we're talking about if we were just eliminate it altogether? Just within my neighborhood, as you walk around and see some of the redevelopment is happening, you see the cases of single-family houses being changed to primary house, attached ADU, detached ADU. So you're getting the potential for 3 units where there was 1 before. So in that case, it's working. But each individual one is $1 million plus house. So it is working at supply, maybe not as much affordability. So I don't know, in $1 million ADU unit, you know, what are we talking about on this impact fee? Is it worth exempting? So just would like a little more information as we go forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal.
To add on to that, I think the other piece of information that would be good to understand as we consider the ADU, whether to exempt it or not, is to get the transportation impact fee back too. Because if we're impacting parks and fire, then I imagine we would be, I'm sorry, if we're exempting parks and fire, we would exempt transportation as well. And so I think it's good to understand the full cost of what we're talking about in terms of if we don't, what that added cost is for ADU and what it is without. So it's kind of, I think we're only seeing the partial picture here.
Do you have something?
So I just want to add one thing, and Adam can correct me if I'm wrong, but I just wanted to make sure I had this corrected. The original decision to exempt ADUs came before missing middle, and at that time, ADUs were actually capped at 800 square feet. So the idea was much different than what we did after that, right? We gave them up to 1,200 square feet, and then you also had the ability to condo minimize them and sell them off. So part of the reason we proposed it is just so everyone's clear, is like we didn't want to make ADUs more expensive. It was like, whoa, this is sort of an evolution of an ADU to something a little bit different, like Deputy Mayor Arnold said. But I think right now, they don't pay any impact fees, so we can bring all that analysis together when we get to the transportation side as well.
Councilmember Tim Chison?
Thank you. If we assume that this waiver of impact fees on ADUs is only going to last for a certain amount of time, I'm wondering if we've done anything to have people with ADUs inside their home register those ADUs if they've been previously constructed by a contractor and not actually registered with the city. Because I think we may have hundreds of those within our city that have never, maybe not, I don't know. But I know some people that have built an ADU without actually letting the city know.
Same.
Not that I want to list their addresses and names here at the public meeting, but I do think there are some. And that would be good to know because it would show some of the success that we don't have statistics on. Thanks.
Councilmember Black?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak twice. I did want to share a little bit of the way I'm thinking about this, and I am a little bit of two minds with respect to this. Because of what city manager is saying, that we're 1,200 square foot ADUs, they can be condo minimized. In some ways, they very much are, a new unit. I could justify on the basis that of that. At the same time, even though they are not themselves affordable, the 1,200 square foot ADU that is condo minimized and sold for $1.3 million is not itself affordable. It is 2 units or 3 units where there was 1, and that does affect the vacancy chain and the waterfall effect. So there is affordability being created in the system simply by the fact that there's a piece of new construction that's 1,200 square feet that a younger couple or an empty nesting couple might find extremely attractive as new construction for the price that they can pay, and that creates affordability somewhere else, possibly naturally occurring affordable housing in the form of a 1960s Rambler somewhere in Kirkland that doesn't get redeveloped. So because of that, ultimately, I'm still where I was a few minutes ago. I just wanted to explain that I do see that argument, but ultimately that's why I want to wait and see. I want a little bit more information before I make a decision on what to do to change what we have in place today. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? I have a feeling we moved ahead of you, but go ahead, Ken.
We did. In an attempt to not bury the lead, I think we may have pushed the conversation forward, but all really great. So we'll have a little bit more information and we can have more discussion if needed further down. But definitely appreciate all that feedback, and we'll take that into consideration and when we bring the next iteration back. So this is just kind of the summary slide of what the residential fee schedules would look like under the per square foot fee. So we have the single family or the non-stacked fee for park impact fees, and the multifamily or stacked fee would be $5.04 per square foot. We have that max there, the $11,340 per dwelling, and then below we have, just for reference, that's the the tiers that we showed in the October session. So originally, we were proposing to have 5 different tiers and recognize that that might create unintended consequences and incentives around the exactly where we put those tiers. So we spent a lot of time arguing about where those tiers should go. So I think that this is a much simpler approach and avoids that. And then you see on the fire impact fees, you see the multifamily or stacked fee is 40% of the single family or non-stacked fee, the 7.73 cents per square foot. So that's just kind of the summary slide. Pros and cons of a per square foot fee. We've kind of gotten to this a little bit, but you know, it is, in addition to just responding to the RCW, is equitably recognizing that these larger dwellings have more potential residents and a larger impact on both the fire suppression and park system. You know, larger homes require more fire department resources to protect them. They require more park space for having more residents there. And, you know, because the fee is proportional to size, smaller homes or ADUs or DADUs would be relieved of a higher fixed fee and may pay less than they would if we just had one fee that was charged to, you know, all dwelling units regardless of size. So those are some of the benefits, as well as, you know, as discussed, consistent with council housing goals to create more affordable and moderately sized homes, and some of the things discussed in Missing Middle. Some of the challenges are mostly logistical, and it does add some complexity to the back-end process of calculating permits. So we've, again, talked about that at length, and staff is working on adjusting the workflow to address those issues now and kind of spot any problems that may arise and address them early on and build them into how we actually implement it. And it also creates some opportunities for disagreements about the size of existing structures. So again, staff is working on exactly how to kind of codify what that existing structure size is before even processing a permit. So we have that and can avoid some of those disagreements. But it does kind of create some of that, you know, the individual square footage matters when it comes to the fee calculation. And then there is an additional risk. The impact fee revenue is now dependent on both size and the number of dwellings being constructed. So, you know, there's some uncertainty about forecasting, or additional uncertainty about forecasting exactly how this will impact overall revenue. Additional considerations. So as promised, we have a couple slides here on a couple of items that we want council direction on. We've heard a little bit already. But for the first is having a maximum park fee for non-stacked residential, and where to place that. So our recommendation, staff along with FCS group, is you know, recognizing that there is the weaker relationship between dwelling size and occupancy in homes larger than 2,250 square feet, but also recognizing that there is an impact of new dwellings on fire surface, you know, more connected to the size of the home than occupancy. That's why we're recommending that the park fee is set at a maximum 2,250, and the fire fee is at that 4,000 square feet. So we have some other options there, just as kind of context. These are based on the existing housing stock of single-family homes. So the average square foot there, which is likely smaller than the new homes that are coming online, is 2,337 square feet. The 75th percentile is 2,888 square feet, and the 90th percentile is 3,650 square feet. So all of those are potential options if council wanted to explore all their alternatives to the 4,000 square foot or even the 2,250 square foot fees. So, Madam Mayor, if council has any additional thoughts or direction on this, or if they're comfortable with the existing recommendation.
Council? Like staff, consultants, and
Awesome. Awesome. And as promised, some more information about the potential to exempt micro ADUs or DADUs. So one potential alternative to not exempting any ADUs is trying to find some square footage whereby, you know, under that amount or that size of ADU, the impact fees would continue to be exempted. The existing policy, again, is that all those projects are exempt from city impact fees, but we're recognizing that they still have an impact. You know, as you can see in attachment 2, there is a strong market for those over the past few years. And then one other piece of information that I didn't bring up earlier, So just as kind of general context, we issued about 100 permits in 2024, which represents about maybe 600,000 of lost park impact fees and about 86,000 of fire impact fees. So just some context of the potential revenue that could bring in if we were no longer to exempt them. And then again, staff recommends discontinuing that exemption. But the micro ADUs or DADUs below 500 square foot, just to be transparent, that would probably have a negligible impact on revenue. There aren't a lot of those that are being built at that level. And it is a little bit difficult to get exactly what level would be appropriate. But yeah, open to additional council feedback or thoughts.
Is this your last slide, Kevin?
This is not my last slide, but it's my last slide specifically on ADUs.
Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, just to keep the conversation going about ADUs and DADUs, since we're here, and I understand this is, the idea of exempting micro ADUs would be only if we decided to no longer exempt ADUs and DADUs generally. Can you tell me a little, you said 500 is at that point, it would have negligent impact on revenue. Is there any other rational basis on which to judge 500 versus 550 versus 600 versus 650? And I realize that could be a really hard question, but I'm just curious, is there anything that we should be thinking about?
Not specific to 500. That's kind of a starting point, thinking about, trying to incentivize smaller, like mother-in-law units and, really focusing on like aging in place type things. But no, there's not data that specifically points to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of us is just, we all have a sense of what 500 square feet, living space, what that is and what that actually looks like and what it means as far as affordability and what it means for the type of, family unit or individual that would be living there. I think we all have a logical sense of that, and that might be the extent of the rational basis on which we would make this decision if we headed down this path. I just wanted to explore with you if staff had something more sophisticated than that to share with us, or we're all just going on our human instinct that 500 square feet is a pretty small living space, and that's probably an individual, maybe a senior.
Planning was saying it's about the size of a one-bedroom apartment.
Yeah, it's a young person, maybe like one of the young people that we're raising or have raised, coming back and living in Kirkland. Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, to expand on that, I mean, I feel like there's some market data that is kind of missing to understand the market for the different size ADUs. And so the way that I think about it is, and what I understand from just talking with some builders, is it's desirable to have 1,200 or kind of at that maximum stage. I mean, I've heard that they would like to be larger than that because that's where the market is. People are demanding a little bit larger sizes, and so they're willing to pay a premium for those. So is exempting impact fees, where do you draw that threshold? Because is it really worth it for the builders to build something at 500 or 600 or 750 because there is this demand, there's this premium that people are willing to pay for the additional space? So I just don't know how much it's worth kind of going down that rabbit hole unless we have some good data for it, because I don't know that it's really going to incentivize if there's not a market for a smaller, and it means that you're not paying $15,000 or $5,000. Is that really going to be the difference that a builder's going to be like, okay, I'll build that, but hey, I can build a 1,200 and I can get this premium for it. So it just seems like an exercise that needs to be based upon data.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, I agree with that. And also, I think another consideration that I have is also the individual homeowner who wants to think about building an ADU and how, $10,000 or whatever, $20,000 of impact fees could make a difference as to whether they proceed with building an ADU for themselves as they age in place, or for a family member, or to rent out to a neighbor or a nanny or whatever it may be, right? Someone in their community. So I have that lens too, as all of this, that the developer and the individual homeowner who wants to consider that and what would be a barrier or not be a barrier to. It's the same, lens that I have with our pre-approved plans, right, for ADUs, that we want to streamline the process, make it as easy as possible. It's intimidating. Like, I would be intimidated as a homeowner thinking, like, I don't know, I wouldn't know. I mean, I know a little bit as a council member, of course, but like if I wasn't, where do I start? Who do I talk to? How do I make this happen? It seems like a lot of money. It seems really complicated. I have to navigate City Hall. So anything that we can do to make that easier for folks to build ADUs, whether it's attached or detached in their homes, helps our community, helps address the issues that we're talking about. So that's why I'd like to, kind of hold off and have this conversation in context when we talk about how can we see more of, meeting the need of missing middle housing when we have that conversation later this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
I just, if we're doing 70 or 100 a year, let's say, that's permits, that's not people who actually built an ADU, right? Or is that pretty close to the number?
That's pretty close to what we're getting.
Okay. And is that what's our goal? If it's 100 a month, 100 a year, and we're at the goal, I can see reimposing these fees. If it's 500 a year, then I don't know what a realistic goal is, I guess, based on the number of houses in our city and available land. And
We don't have an established goal for ADU production, right? Our goals are primarily focused on income, right? And there's not always a clear correlation between the income of the units, right, and what they are, right? So some ADUs rent for affordable rates, but others don't. So we don't really have a numerical standard for ADU production.
okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Are you ready? Well, what I want to add is I appreciate what Councilmember Pascal asked for more data. And when an earlier slide, you talked about forecasting, which sort of, we haven't really forecasted what this looks like. So I think we need more. And sort of along with Councilmember Tim Chisholm's comment, how many ADUs have we built over the years, and what are we leaving on the table with not charging impact fees? So I think that we're willing to have another deep conversation about the impact of impact fees and what it's going to look like. Councilmember Sweet.
I think that's a really important piece of data, but I'm not sure we have a mechanism to get to it in terms of, because we tried to do it with B&Bs, right? I know a lot of people who have built out kitchens in their basements, and ultimately the plan is to move somebody in for them. I have neighbors who some choose to do that and some don't. I have no idea of where that's calculated anywhere or how to find out. Because I think, I agree with Councilmember Tim Chisholm, I think it's a pretty big number, which is why I'm kind of heartened by 70 applications in a year, because we're probably still not hearing about some of them. Anyway, and just, I want to echo Councilmember Falcone's comments with regard to continuing to be cautious and to take our time making this decision, because I think it's a really important decision.
All right.
10 more minutes on this topic that we need to.
Right. So just one more slide before we have a number of the tables of sample fees that we included in the appendix or first attachment. And we can talk through those at whatever length council is interested. But I know there was a question, I think in October, about, what does it look like if we charge the maximum allowable park fee, right? So the current proposed fee is the 2024 fee inflated by CPI. So it would be about $5.04 per square foot, which is comparable to that $8,305 fee per dwelling unit, which is currently the updated amount for 2025. And the maximum allowable fee based on, the actual costs that the city has incurred for growth and all of that is $8.32 per square foot. So it is 65% more. So there's certainly a lot of revenue that is out there to collect. I will say we don't have great data on this because we don't currently require the square footage for these types of application, so actually kind of piecing together what that would look like and is a little bit difficult. But as I think I've mentioned in previous meetings, large projects make up the majority of our revenue for impact fees. So since 2021, large projects or projects over $100,000 make up 67% of the revenue. And you can see that's only about 10 different transactions over that time. So doing some kind of back of the envelope math, knowing that there's going to be a lot of unknowns and uncertainty, the average revenue over those 4 years, about $1.5 million coming from those large transactions. And then, changing the structure from a per unit to a per square foot fee probably marginally reduces the revenue for those large projects, but only by a little bit, just depending on, how big is the actual square footage versus the number of units, and we looked at that a lot. And then, so I think, gaming that out, I think it could be, if we charge the $8.32 per square foot, it could result in something like $900,000 or $1 million of additional revenue per year. That, again, there's a lot of caveats, and it really depends on what sort of large projects we actually see in coming years. But to give you some sense of the scale, that is, potential revenue that we could collect if we decided to increase that amount. One thing that I know when I asked FCS group about, comparisons, because all of the municipalities are still trying to figure out how they're going to be compliant with this, we don't have the clear comparison on a, per square foot, but I know they're working with a lot of clients that are looking at the per square foot basis. So I think next time we do this, we'll have a much better comparison. Okay, how did everyone actually end up responding to that? So I don't know if there are any questions on that, but that was kind of my best forecast, I think.
I don't see any questions.
Okay. So I have, I think 4 or 5 slides here, or just 4 or 5 slides that go through each of the sample fees. So some of these are based on actual examples, pulling from permits that we've issued in the past couple of years. But to show the comparison of, under the new impact fees, what would these cost? So these are sample fees for a new single-family residential. So you see the big impact of potentially charging ADUs, obviously, and also you see the impact of cottages, which were previously under the multifamily, which was a lower, lower charge, and now would be charged at the per square foot for the full 1,700 square feet. And what the fee difference would be at those different levels. So it kind of maxes out right around that 4,000 square foot level, because that's what the maximum is for fire projects. Here's some more for infill single-family residential, so demolishing one single-family house or non-stacked home and replacing it with another. So you can see the difference there is going to be the net difference in square foot above either the max for parks or the max for fire. And then here is another example of what would it look like if you're building a single-family residence with an ADU and a DADU. And there's a few examples of what that's actually looked like. This did bring up a good question that John and I were talking about earlier, whether or not the max for fire should be based on a per dwelling unit or per structure total square foot. So that's something that I think we need to think a little bit more about. This is based on the max per actual unit, so regardless of whether or not they're attached. But that's something that we want to look at a little bit more and bring back. And then I think this is the last, or second to last one, is the infill cottages. So this is just looking at, replacing existing single-family homes with cottages or 1,700 square feet. And a quick example of what a new stacked multifamily would look like. So the upper one, the higher one is at about 750 square foot per unit, and the lower is about 1,500 square foot per unit. So definitely in the larger size. But to give you an idea of how that would impact, it would be less expensive for relatively smaller units across a whole apartment complex, and a little bit more expensive for the larger apartment complexes with larger apartments within them. And next steps. So again, that's our timeline going forward. So welcome to hear any last comments or questions from council at this time.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
with regard to the ADU impact fees, at the next meeting, would you be able to bring us, if council's in favor of it, a phased-in approach on that? Like, no, everybody has 12 months to get their permit in, have a rush, no impact fees, and then maybe 50% and 100%.
You got a head nod.
Yeah, is that a head nod from people?
Oh,
Or
yeah.
I-
As an option.
as an option? Okay.
Anyone else? Oh, Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kevin, can I go back to the topic, not slides, don't worry about the slides, but go back to the topic that you and John talked about, because I want to make sure I understand it, because it sounds like this is going to come before us again. So, using round numbers, let's say ADU of 1,000 square feet, DADU of 1,000 square feet, and then I don't know what the most interesting use case is. Maybe the most interesting use case is then a primary home of 4,500 square feet. So I think what you're saying that you and John were talking about, we have a policy decision to make is, I think what you're saying is, you could look at that and say that's 6,500 square feet as a project.
Right.
And we're capping it for, let's say, I guess for fire. We're capping it at 4,000. So in some ways, the primary residence is capped at 4,000, and the ADU and the DADU aren't paying anything. But what you're saying is there's another way to look at that, which is, let's look at it on a unit by unit basis. The 1,000 ADU pays whatever, the 1,000 DADU, and then the 4,500 pays capped at 4,000. So you're going to collect more. Of course, this assumes that ADUs and DADUs are subject to fire impact fees.
Right.
But in that, you're going to collect a little bit more. So that's
Right.
the policy decision that
Correct.
you're saying we are going to have to noodle on.
Yep, and that is, the way it's built into the fees is based on the assumption that that max is per unit, regardless if it's an ADU, DADU, or the primary home. But the other thing that came up today was, okay, but you have a attached ADU to a single-family home. So if that's more than 4,000 feet, are we really charging two of those fees for the same structure? If we're really trying to be, reflective of that initial policy, but.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you.
Okay, just following up on his question, if the ADU is 1,000 square feet and you've got a 4,200 square foot house, isn't that going to generate sprinklers anyway? That's what I meant.
Yes.
ADU within a house.
That was the thing we identified today, which was we were thinking about these all based on as per unit, but we realized, oh, well, the attached ADU, is attached, so it's all part of the same structure. And
Fire logic doesn't change, yeah.
fire logic
Right.
doesn't change. And we just needed to confirm with the fire department on that's how they would look at it.
Thank you.
Correct.
Anyone else? I love fire logic. So, City Manager, we have lots of questions and more noodling to do. Did you get everything you
I
need?
think we got a good start. We'll build it around a draft ordinance, and then we can have similar discussions with the actual ordinance structure itself.
Right.
Thank you
So
both.
more bites to the apple.
you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. Well, we're doing a little shift. I'll just introduce the next topic. So we're checking in on the Kirkland Cares Low-Income Support Program. Council asked for an update on this, and as you know, we did it all last year, and then we have had a transition from our consultant to now looking at bringing this in-house. So I want to give you the results of what happened last time. And to give us his presentation, we have our Director of Finance Administration, Michael Olson, and Andrea Peterman, our Senior Financial Analyst.
Welcome.
Push the button.
This is on, there we go. Okay,
Can move
this is
the
what you
laptop
warned me about, Jim. This is on. Okay. organized here. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. This presentation is an update for the Kirkland Cares Low Income Support Program and will cover the following: a recap and a timeline of activities, outcomes from the first year of the program, some program demographics, and the plan for administering the program this biennium. That work? There we go. You have to hit it hard. So, to begin with, a quick recap. Council added $680,000 to the previous budget in one-time funding to support the program and expand the program to all qualified low-income applicants. The program was designed with direction and feedback from Council during 2023, and it was passed by ordinance, established by ordinance that December, and then went into effect on January 1st. So this shows a timeline of activities from when the program went into effect until the present. And I just want to highlight a couple of items on this. January, we started our contract with the program administrator, Forward, and in April, the portal opened for applications. September 30th, the portal closed, at which point Forward continued to process applications that met the deadline, and they continued to process payments through the end of the year. But starting October 1st, the city took over the application and verification process. And then since the start of this year, the city has created a new one-time position to help manage the program, and that position has now been filled. So are there any questions about any of the activities so far?
I see none.
Great. Okay. So I'd like to share some data about 2024 participation and support. 461 new households were approved for the program, and the city provided over $245,000 in financial support. And you can see the table here shows the number of households receiving the discounts in each category and the amount of support. 450 households were verified by Forward, and then starting in the fall, there were an additional 11 verified by the city. Note that the total in the household column, it will not total to 461 because households can have many discounts. Okay, the following slides illustrate the program's participation growth. I'd like to take a minute to focus on direct utility discounts because they're the largest part of the program. These discounts are for people who pay utilities directly to the city, and qualifying for the program reduces the utility rates that they pay. So as you can see, the number of discounted accounts began to rise significantly last July after the city received applicant data from Forward. The number of garbage accounts grew, almost doubled, grew 95% from December 23 to December 2024. And the water and sewer accounts combined grew 70%. Did I skip a slide? Okay. All right, the city, I realize what's happening now. Okay, this slide shows the 2024 financial support by category, along with numbers of the households receiving that support. And that is followed by this slide, which breaks down the amount of financial support by rebates and discounts. So discounts are reduced payments to the city. Participants pay lower utility rates and reduced or no-cost pet licenses. As mentioned on the previous slide, direct utility discounts are the largest part of the program, and financial support increased from just under $90,000 in 2023 to $208,000 in 2024. Rebates, in contrast, are cash paid to participants to reimburse a portion of fees paid to the city. And this category includes bi-monthly utility rebates for people who live in multifamily housing and pay their utilities indirectly through their rent. An important thing to note about the rebates, the direct discounts, they are considered reduced revenues, so that financial support does not get pulled out of the budget for the program. Any questions at this point?
Doesn't look like it.
Great. Okay, next I want to review some items from Forward's closeout report. I want to highlight a few things from that report. The first being the partnership with For Tomorrow, which was key for increasing program awareness and helping people with applications, especially since the vendor was not located in Kirkland. The second would be the application process and how important in-person events and phone support were to help support older applicants and those without tech access. The online application was challenging for some applicants. And then the third thing would be clear communication about award amounts, which may help set expectations about available support. Some applicants had hoped for more assistance, and I think part of this may have been due to rent assistance that had been given during COVID. Next, there are some demographic highlights from that report that I think are interesting. 70% of all awarded households earned less than 30% of King County AMI. The households were, in a big majority, single-family residences, and then 75% were just one- or two-person households. Most of the applicants were women at 66%. Though women make just under 50% of the population in Kirkland. 53% were 65 and older, and the majority, over half, were white. The next three slides show some graphics that were also included in the memo and in the memo attachments. The first one shows the side-by-side maps. On the left, you'll see approved applications by census tract, with the darker areas having higher numbers of approved applications. And the one on the right comes from the 2044 comp plan update. And that shows median household incomes, with the lower incomes in the lighter green, and the darker blue shows higher income areas. And, you know, it's a small data set for the Kirkland Cares program, but it is showing some correlation between neighborhoods, particularly Totem Lake and Juanita and Kingsgate. Next, we'll look at race and ethnicity. On the left, you'll see the Kirkland Cares breakdown. I did remove the non-respondents to this question, so the percentages are slightly different than the previous slide. And on the right is the Kirkland population overall. And as you can see, the Kirkland Cares program has a much higher share of the Black, African American, Pacific Islander, and Native populations, and a smaller share of the white population. And this generally corresponds to income levels by race as well in the city. But small data set, so. And finally, looking at demographics by age, the program definitely skews to the older population. Those who are 65 and older make only 15% of the Kirkland's general population, but are 53% of this program. On the other end of the spectrum, those aged 18 to 44 make up 41% of the general population, but only 20% of this program. Presumably, you know, there are children in the program because they are in households in the program, but they do not apply for the program, so they won't show up. Are there any questions about program demographics or feedback or from the program report we got from Forward?
Is that your last slide?
It is not. I have some slides.
We're all waiting to give you.
You're all waiting
feedback.
on the, I know, on the program administration. Let's move on to that. Oh, no, no, no.
Too far.
Okay, a few more slides. Moving on to the program administration for this year and onward. The Forward contract was not renewed for this year. Residents can now apply directly through the city website or with paper applications at City Hall. And I have some of those applications to pass around to council. I don't think I have enough for you, I'm sorry. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Michael.
We've been asked about what's on the application, so that'd be simpler to look at it.
Thank you.
So the city continues to accept applications, provide support, process recurring payments to applicants who were approved for Forward in 2024. And as I mentioned earlier, the city has hired a temporary position, a program coordinator, to assist in administering the program, and they start April 1st and will be the primary point of contact for applicants. And this position is funded through the end of the year. And based on program activities this year, the city will develop a plan for continuing in 2026. So I did include a snapshot of the application. It addresses some of the challenges that applicants faced with the online-only application in that it can be accessed online and filled out electronically and submitted. You can also download it and print it and fill it out by hand, and there are also paper applications available here at the city. Support for those applications and helping people fill them out is still available at City Hall. And then finally, public records. If the application and supporting documents are emailed or mailed, they may become part of the public record. And this is noted on page 2 of the application. People have the option of coming directly to City Hall and being verified by bringing their documents here in person as well.
The idea is that staff can look at the applications and not keep the documentation note on the application that it was received and reviewed and then give it back to them, so it doesn't become a public record that we're holding. And the same can be done virtually. We can look at it virtually if we want to do it virtually, and then note that they've met the qualifications and they keep the document without sending it to us.
But we keep in the program that they've been approved, so they don't have to go through that process again.
Right.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Related, if someone were to send in things via email, what's the document retention schedule for that? And is that something we could change?
We can find that out and then get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tim Chissen?
Do we require pet licenses in Kirkland? Is that a requirement?
We do.
We do, okay. Just checking.
Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a question about, so King County has property tax exemption for seniors and folks with disabilities at certain income levels. I jumped over onto the website just now just to remind myself what the income levels are for the King County property tax exemption or discount. I think it's for seniors 60 or older or people with disabilities. Our numbers are a little different. So their lowest threshold's 84, our lowest threshold's 77. I think theirs changes every year. I was going to ask, do we alter ours every year, or is it sort of static until a policy decision is made by the council? So that's sort of question number one. And then question number 2 relates to my comment, which is there a reason why we should, not right now, but at some point look to align with the King County property tax income qualifications, just for simplicity of our, particularly since so many of our seniors are part of the Kirkland Cares program, that they would know that they are eligible for the property tax exemption and also for Kirkland Cares discounts. So
We can absolutely look into that.
okay,
Smart.
do we adjust these annually? Or is that a policy decision made by the council each?
I believe it's said in the policy, I think it's 80% of AMI, so it would adjust.
It adjusts with AMI.
Right.
And King County publishes the AMI?
Does.
Okay.
Usually May or June, they come out with that year's
Okay.
AMI numbers.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. I spoiled it. Here's the program budget for 25-26. Over $575,000 remains available for programming in this biennium. 2024 program expenditures included almost 68,000 for administrative costs and fees. This included, the services that Forward provided, transaction fees for payments to people in the program, and also some printing costs for billing inserts. And then close to 37,000 was dispersed as rebate payments in 2024. Again, I just wanted to note that direct utility discounts are not included. They're just reduced revenue, along with the pet licenses as well. But that is, right now, a very small part of the program. I also did, me, did some analysis on the potential program participation. There were 461 households approved last year, and that is only a portion of the low-income households in the city. So one way to look at the potential for growth is to look at the number of residents below the federal poverty level, which is currently estimated at 6% of people in Kirkland. That translates up to approximately 2,200 households. Another way to estimate potential growth and cost is to look at low-income housing units in the city. So the three scenarios seen there assume an average annual utility rebate of about $300,000 plus the one vehicle license fee rebate of $20,000. And if you multiply that by, the current multifamily households that are in the program, that comes to about $42,000 a year. If you were to multiply it by all housing units in Imagine properties within Kirkland, that would be about $75,000 a year. If we looked at all low-income housing units in Kirkland, where the qualification is below 80% AMI, that is about $450,000.
Councilmember Falcone.
There we go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that. So just so I'm clear, this is the rebates, right? This is what would come out of the budget.
Yes.
We have the numbers for what it would be for the direct utility discount.
That is
I would
hard.
assume would be significantly higher given what our experience is with the existing.
Yeah, we'd have to do some more work on that. It might be harder to identify the housing units, in buildings that King County Housing Authority can identify as low income are easier to pinpoint. In multifamily buildings are easier to get a number for. So we'll look and see if we can find the
And I know
number
it's more
for single family.
complicated depending on how utilities are built into rent or not, and same with garbage. And so I know that it's complicated, but I'm just would be curious to see our best estimates given our best assumptions that we can, or perhaps varying assumptions on what that might look like.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
Just to remind folks that there are also all of the Attain housing units that transferred to Hope Link probably need to be incorporated into this.
Councilmember Black, did you have a question?
I didn't, but now that you asked me,
Oh.
I have a question.
Okay, I'll just start calling on people.
Now I have a question. Since you prompted me, what about, so I know the term's not Section 8 housing anymore. There's another term for Section 8 program, but does this include Section 8, people receiving vouchers? And living in Kirkland?
And I don't know. I'm looking at Quinn because I know he has some experience.
Okay,
It's the Housing Choice Voucher Program,
thank you.
and they calculate their utility rates into the rent that the voucher holder pays. So this program would probably be counted as income by that program and not directly given to the voucher holders.
Interesting. Thank you, Quinn.
Gee, Quinn, why?
Also note for the record that
Why are you so well educated
That
about
person
that,
will be-
Quinn? Please tell us.
Oh, right now?
No, actually, to celebrate, our temporary analyst is actually Quinn Gleeple, who's starting on April 1st in this program, so. Thank you, Quinn. He started early.
Yeah, he did. All right, anybody else have a question, or should we go ahead? Go ahead, Andrea.
Yeah. All right. Just next steps. Staff will investigate ways to expand the program to include low-income residents serviced by other utility districts in Kirkland and with surface water utility payments, and then, receive council feedback on program administration and budget going forward.
All right, buckle up for feedback. Councilmember Sweet.
I'm not sure how Cascade's program work, but I think we have a low-income supplement that's, I thought we did, but Okay,
We'll
We can look
check.
into that.
no, yeah. Well, there's Woodinville Water and there's North Shore Water and.
So we should look at all of them, yeah?
Check, yes. North Shore does have a program. I can't remember about Woodinville, but yeah, we'll look in those. All right.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first, I have to say, this program is so near and dear to my heart. I am so incredibly proud of Kirkland for this program. I would like to see more of our neighboring cities do something similar. The fact that we have the intent and that we're working towards and building on is having kind of a one-stop shop for folks in the community who have this need to minimize the burden that folks are already facing that are living with a low income of having to go to various different places and fill out various different applications to ask for the support that they need. To have kind of a centralized application for that is huge in minimizing that burden on folks and really helping support our most vulnerable residents. This, as we know, is helping our seniors, helping folks with disabilities and others with low income. So again, incredibly proud of that work. I'm glad to hear that our temporary program coordinator position is filled. That's great. They're moving forward with that. A few questions that I have. First, I appreciate Councilmember Black's comment on the King County's senior and disabled low income tax qualification as well. I didn't look at it, but I think I heard you say that the number I heard you say that it starts out is a higher income than the number that I'm hearing from ours. And so I think that I agree it would be good to match, right? We want to have as many folks qualify as possible. And so if it would move us in the direction that it would help more people that need it, because we know even 100% AMI around here is hard to live. It's hard to live here, right? It's really hard to pay bills and meet your family's needs even with that. So I do think that being more inclusive, I think that the need is great. And I want to cast an appropriate net, but I think casting it a little bit larger is appropriate here. So on board with that. I also really appreciate the sensitivity to folks' personal data. So thank you for highlighting that. I really, really appreciate that. You mentioned that the partnership with For Tomorrow was really key in helping recruit folks for this program who need it. Is it safe to assume we're going to continue some partnership with For Tomorrow, even though we're bringing it in-house, that we'll have that relationship with For Tomorrow and perhaps other community-based organizations in the community as part of our outreach? I think that makes sense. We have that good relationship that may continue. So I think I'm seeing head nods.
So we'll do that.
Okay, great. Happy to hear that. Can you speak a little bit? One of the next steps here is to include low-income residents serviced by other utility districts in Kirkland. I can't help as a Northern Kirkland resident to think of the North Shore Utility District and our relationship there. Have we started to have conversations? And I think of also like VSE for all of our residents. Have we started those conversations? Excuse me. Or that's yet to come, is to start those conversations?
It's yet to come. We have had conversations with North Shore when we were developing the program to see what their program was like, but not to totally aligning them. But it is planned, yes.
One of the things, I assume that one of the things we would ask of them is that they're bringing funding to the table from their existing programs, right? And to grow those programs to match the level of support that we're providing at the very least with in Kirkland and with our other utilities. I'd also like then for us to bring to the table, if we're asking them to bring that to the table, that we would provide the intake for folks. Again, to my comments earlier about us being kind of the one-stop shop, that's really like one of the, yes, providing the actual support is where like the meat of this, but having that one-stop application for folks is really key here and really a huge, component of this program. So I would love for us to just bring that to the conversations, whether it be with North Shore Utility District or PSC or others, that we try to make that happen. And obviously that would be something that we would be doing some of the work for them. So I think we should negotiate appropriately with that. But I do think from the user's perspective, from the Kirkland residents' perspective, I would like for that to be as smooth as possible so that they don't have to fill out additional applications with those other companies. And then I think this is lastly, if I'm reading my notes correctly, can you thank you so much for providing us this hard copy application. Councilmember Black referenced some of the numbers on here with household size and maximum annual income. For example, for a household of one, it's $77,700. For a household of five, that's how big my family is, it's $119,850. Could you, just for those watching, spend just 30 seconds and talk about what the qualifications are for the program and where people can go to apply if they're interested?
Sure. The qualifications are that you have to live in Kirkland and that you have to be your income has to be at 80% of AMI or less for your household size. So for your household, your income as a household would have to be, I think you said, what, 119,000 or less. And then you'd have to have some verification of that. Thank you. And you could come into the city or you could do this online, but you'd have to have some documentation showing that you are a resident, and then some documentation regarding your income. If you don't have income, you can use an affidavit is it an affidavit or a notarized statement?
Thank you. So they can come in with a couple pay stubs or tax returns, that kind of
exactly.
thing, their W-2s, that kind of thing. And they could come here to City Hall, and they could just come in and talk to the person at, the information booth there, and they could help them figure out where to go. They could also call City Hall. And is there a website that they can go to?
Our website has a web page for the program.
Okay.
And you can click
So if they
to
bing,
get to this, which is what I did
they
earlier.
bing Kirkland Cares Low Income Program, they'd be able to find that webpage. Thank you. I just wanted, for those who
Yeah.
are watching, to have a really simple step-by-step of what to do if they're interested in applying for this program. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
I didn't know if I was next, but I guess I'm next. Great. All right. I did notice we did draw one sort of frequent critique on the program in the last year from some applicants, which is that they were hoping to receive more relief than they received, which struck me really just as a communication.
Yeah.
And it probably is really dependent on how first contact is, how the applicant makes first contact with the city, or when it was, what was it called? Forward. When I look at the application that you shared with us, I don't think it has that problem. It's pretty obvious above the fold what the frequency of the discount or rebate is and the amount or percentage, the amount rather. I guess I would just say, I would take that note to heart in everything that we do, and think about all the different ways that people are entering into communications with us about the program, and making sure we're as forward with that information as we are with this application, just so that there's no reason to have folks who are in need and coming forward feel disappointed by what they actually receive in the program. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we're at time, but I have a couple comments. First, I am also incredibly proud of this program. I think what you're hearing tonight is that we anticipate a higher need, and how are we going to address that need going forward? We know that more people are going to start falling on harder times, so we need to be proactive. And just a personal story, I was caught at a meeting by a young woman whose mom had stage 4 breast cancer, and she shared with me how vital this program was for her mother to be able to have a little relief so that she could focus on her care. So we are making a difference in people's lives. One of the questions I have is, are there other fees that we should include in this program? And because I'm the tree person, I am contacted by low-income families that have a dangerous tree in their yard, and they cannot afford the application to remove the tree. So I think we need to look at that, and there may be other costs of living in Kirkland that we haven't captured yet. And then the other question I have is, this came up with the conversation with the mother that had cancer. How frequently do they need to reapply? Is it annually? Is it monthly? Because I got the impression it was onerous for them to have to keep reapplying for the benefits.
I don't know if it's listed in the guidelines that we have, but the previous low-income support for utilities was every other year.
Okay,
So we would look at it every couple years.
every couple years, and then if their circumstances change and they no longer qualify, then we capture that too. Okay, thank you, well done. City Manager, does that?
That's all we have.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
we are concluding our study session for the evening. We will be back at 7:30 for our regular meeting. Thank you both. Welcome, everyone. It is always so wonderful to see a full house. We are back in session following a fire and park impact fees discussion and an update on the Kirkland Cares Low Income Support Program. Before we get started, we want to wish happy birthday to Vinnie Falcone, who turned 12 today, and unfortunately, he doesn't get to celebrate with his mom. So,
You're going to make me cry.
I'm sorry. We're going to start tonight's evening with our proclamations. Again, thank you all for being here. We're going to start with the 2025 Transgender Day of Visibility Proclamation, which will be read by Councilmember Falcone. City Manager.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. As you're coming down, we'll be declaring March 31st as 2025 Transgender Day of Visibility in Kirkland. We have many family and friends here, but to receive the proclamation is Milo Valentine, who is a Valentine, who is a volunteer with Pride Across the Bridge. Go, Milo.
Anybody that wants to join Milo, come on up. It's a party. Would you like to hold?
Oh, come on, buddy.
Please do. Okay. Absolutely. The more the merrier. All right. Wow, this is impressive. I can see and feel the love tonight. This is amazing. Well, as the mayor said, I'm Councilmember Amy Falcone, and I volunteered this evening to read a proclamation from the mayor proclaiming March 31st, 2025 as Transgender Day of Visibility in Kirkland. All right, whereas in 2009, Rachel Crandall Crocker, pronoun she, her, a psychotherapist and executive director of the nonprofit advocacy group Transgender Michigan, created International Transgender Day of Visibility to celebrate the lives of transgender people throughout the world. And whereas Crocker recognized that while Transgender Day of Remembrance honors the memory of the transgender people whose lives were lost to senseless violence, transphobia, self-harm, and structural inequities, Transgender Day of Visibility would uplift the joy of transgender, non-binary, and gender-expansive people who are still alive. And whereas, excuse me, Transgender Day of Visibility is an opportunity for transgender, non-binary, and gender-expansive people to feel seen through positive and realistic representation, and for allies to learn more about how they can stand in solidarity, which we are seeing tonight. And whereas transgender, non-binary, and gender-expansive community members are our neighbors, business owners, artists, advocates, activists, family members, and friends who deserve to live free from discrimination and harassment of any form. And whereas the city honors the transgender, non-binary, and gender-expansive people of Kirkland for their resilience and activism within our community. And the city acknowledges that work still needs to be done to address transphobic violence, particularly at this time when transgender rights and existence are being challenged throughout our country and world. And whereas allies can show solidarity through silencing further harm with continued support beyond Pride Month, through sustained year-round efforts, normalizing pronoun usage, and promoting the significant contributions to the world made by LGBTQ2S+ individuals. And whereas the city welcomes and celebrates queer and transgender individuals, affirming their right and dignity to live authentically, safely, and without fear of discrimination or harm. Now, therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis hereby proclaims March 31st, 2025 as Transgender Day of Visibility in the city of Kirkland, and invites our community to celebrate the lives of transgender, non-binary, and gender-expansive people everywhere to foster a more equitable and inclusive community.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be up here. It's an honor to be part of the trans community and to be able to come up here with so many people in and in support of the trans community. It's an honor to know and be present in this space and see that there is so much action behind these words. These are not just platitudes. There is real work being done by the city of Kirkland to listen to lived experiences and put real concrete things in place to keep their citizens safe, all of their citizens, because we're here, we're not going anywhere.
Back up here. All right, now one like celebrating. 1, 2, 3. All right, thanks.
Good.
All right, we're not done. Councilmember Sweet is going to read our next proclamation. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So we also be declaring March 31st as 2025 Cesar Chavez Day in Kirkland. Again, we have a wonderful group of people here, but Janae Gonzalez, the president of the student group Latino Voice and a senior at Juanita High School, will accept the proclamation.
Janae, you're welcome to bring your friends also.
My name is Hanai, by the way.
Oh, my apologies.
Janae, sorry.
Janelle, come on up here. I'll give you the mic, I promise. Thank you all so much for being here. Kelly, you want to take this? Yes. Okay. Now, you'll notice that our mayor and Councilmember Falcone dressed in soft blue and pink in honor of our transgender population. I, on the other hand, am wearing colors in support of the Cesar Chavez Proclamation. Proclaiming March the 31st, 2025 as Cesar Chavez Day in Kirkland. Whereas Cesar Chavez Day is a federal commemorative holiday that celebrates the birth and legacy of Cesar Estrada Chavez and serves as a tribute to his commitment to social justice and respect for human dignity. And whereas Chavez was a Chicano Mexican-American champion of civil and labor rights who devoted his life to improving the working and living conditions of farm workers in the United States, many of whom were immigrants. And whereas in 1962, Chavez co-founded the United Farm Workers of America, along with Dolores Huerta, a Chicana activist, and Larry Itliong, a Filipino farm worker and activist. And whereas Chavez organized peaceful protests, boycotts, strikes, and marches to raise awareness of the exploitation and injustice faced by immigrant farm workers, including the Delano grape strike of 1965 that became an international boycott from 1965 to 1970 to advocate for better wages and working conditions. And whereas the city of Kirkland recognizes the importance of honoring the legacy of Cesar Chavez, reflecting on the values of justice, equality, and dignity of immigrants and promoting community involvement and social change. Now, therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the City Council, does hereby proclaim March the 31st, 2025 as Cesar Chavez Day in the City of Kirkland to honor his ongoing contributions to immigrants who continue to enrich our community, workforce, and nation. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Hanai Gonzalez. I'm a senior at Juanita High School. I'm also the president of Latino Voice, a leadership, culture, empowerment, and community service group. Alongside, me and my peers are extremely grateful to be receiving this proclamation, which honors the life and legacy of Cesar Chavez. As Latino youth, we honor and recognize the sacrifices our parents and families go through. Cesar Chavez was known for his willingness to sacrifice his own comfort and well-being for the greater good. He often fasted and endured hardships to draw attention to those who struggle, the struggles of farm workers and the importance of their causes. Today, I welcome you all today that together we can carry his legacy and forward and continue to make a difference. Once again, thank you, and si se puede. I will now be saying my speech in Spanish as well. Buenas noches a todos. Soy Hanay González. Soy estudiante de último año en la escuela de Juanita High School. También soy la presidenta de Latino Voice, un grupo de cultura, liderazgo, servicio y de servicio comunitario. Junto con mis compañeros, estamos agradecidos de recibir esta proclamación que honra la vida y el legado de Cesar Chavez. Como jóvenes latinos, honramos y reconocemos los sacrificios por los que pasan nuestros padres y familias. Cesar Chavez era conocido por su voluntad de sacrificar su propio bienestar por el buen común. A menudo ayunaba y soportaba dificultades para llamar la atención sobre las luchas de trabajadores agrícolas y la importancia de sus causas. Hoy le doy la bienvenida a todos para que juntos podemos levantar adelante a su legado y sigue marcando la diferencia. Una vez más, gracias y sí se puede.
Gotta do 0.5, sorry.
Yeah, all right, look at me. All right. 1, 2, 3. All right, now get a little.
Okay,
Woo.
1, 2,
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming. Oh, you bet. Oh, you bet. Thank you.
Now everybody leaves us. All right.
Thank you all for coming.
Okay, we are now moving on to items from the audience. This is the time in our meeting where we normally hear from the public. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We provide up to a total of 45 minutes for our items for the audience, with no more than 6 speakers on a subject, regardless of their position on a subject. If you are present, either in person or virtually, and would like to address the council during items for the audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or in person using the posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please do not clap or applaud or otherwise openly express your agreement or disagreement with the speaker. When that happens, even when being openly supportive of a speaker, it can be disruptive of the meeting and discourage others from expressing a different point of view. We discourage people from using obscenities and making personal attacks against others. And we ask that you direct your comments to council, not to staff or audience members. In addition, because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of their content. As a reminder, state law does not allow items from the audience to be used for promoting, opposing, or discussing a candidate's campaign or ballot proposition. Kirkland prides itself on being a respectful, welcoming community. We want everyone to feel like they belong in council chambers, expressing their viewpoints, regardless of those viewpoints. City Clerk, who do we have signed up to speak?
Our first three speakers are all on site. It's David Graber, Lisa Wakita, and Yasmin Karimli.
David. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I know many of you have spoke to many of you. My name is David Gardner. My wife Megan Gardner and I and our three children live at 6205 108th Place Northeast on the corner. You probably pass our house every day if you drive up or down 108th. I'm here to talk about the new K-Line, it's not a new project, but the K-Line Metro project going from Totem Lake, I believe, to the Bellevue College Park and Ride. So I want to thank all of you that come to our neighborhood safety meeting every August, where we invite police and fire. Many of you come every year. Thank you for that. But that was the first I had heard about the K-Line project, and that our house was one of 4 to 14 targeted for acquisition or condemnation to add bus-only lanes or BAT lanes. And so obviously we took great interest in that. I want to be on record saying we support the city of Kirkland, support what you're doing, support Metro, and even support the K-Line. I just want to be heard that, yeah, we don't want to lose 13 feet of our backyard. We've been in that house since 1998, 27 years. We try to keep it looking nice for all of you. All we can do is ask and look at all alternatives. How are we doing on time? So as an example, so again, I understand this is Metro's project, but you have a lot of say on it. If you have not driven up and down Madison in Seattle, I think that is a good example for you to see what they did on that line. They added bus-only lanes in both directions and did not acquire any properties to do so. So I would welcome you to take a look at that as other alternatives to the project to make it work. I understand you need to have speed constraints and all that to increase ridership. Just would ask that you look at all alternatives, that you don't have to take our yard. The buses would come up really close to our house. We're talking about 10 feet. Big semi shake our house now. When they were doing the new piping in 2020, 2021, that shook our house. So if you get that much closer, and then the last thing I wanted to share, we've been told this might take years of development and planning, and with that, it makes us impossible to do any backyard projects. We don't want to invest in our house. This would affect the value of our property quite a bit. And just please keep that in consideration. So again, thank you for listening. I appreciate it. And we had a great call today with Mr. Triplett. Appreciate your time and listening to us as well. You gave us a good 40 minutes, so thank you. Anything else?
Okay. Lisa Wakata?
The current support letter before the council includes partial condemnation of our houses for the BAT lane, as Dave said.
Lisa, step a little closer to the mic. There you go, thanks.
Some think because we own houses, we must be very wealthy, and taking 13 feet of our property will not have an effect on us. I will say I've lived in my house for just over 24 years. To give you an idea of my budget, last year my property taxes amounted to just over 24% of my total expenses for the year. Since I found out about the possibility of losing my backyard in August 2024, I've had many sleepless nights. What will I do about my dog when I don't have a backyard? What will be the effect on the value of my house when I don't have a backyard? What will be the effect on the value of my house when it is below minimum lot size after the taking? Can I live in a house where a 4-lane street is just feet from my back door and buses are going by every 10 minutes for 20 hours of every day right under my bedroom window? Would anyone buy my house if I decided I didn't want to live like that? And if they did, what would they pay to live like that? And will I be able to afford to buy a new house and move? We understand the city has the legal right, the city or Metro had the legal right to partially condemn our properties for the purposes of widening 108th Avenue. What we do not like is the lack of transparency to individual homeowners in connection with this project. No one from the city has reached out individually to the potentially affected homeowners. The city has initiated communications with commercial property owners, developers, and Northwest University. Prior to today, the city staff has been ignoring my emails or respond only to say they will work on answers, and 4 months later, I have still not received a response. The city and city council have conditioned support on minimizing impact to private residences. Yet, the current support letter includes partial condemnation of our houses for the Bat Lane, even though the city's engineering and planning consultant, OTAC, has consistently excluded our houses from both its 10% plan and as depicted on its latest base maps posted by the city to its website just this last month in February. I have been trying to find out the reason for OTAC's exclusion and the reasons for the city's deviation from OTAC's recommendation and plan since January 10th through a Public Records Act request to no avail. If there's a cost-benefit analysis, please share it with us. If there's an engineering reason houses were excluded, for example, the condemnation is not feasible because of structural integrity concerns with putting a retaining wall just a couple of feet from a home's foundation, that would give us some certainty. Please share it with us.
Lisa, your time's up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Yasmin?
Good evening. I'm a volunteer with Quiet Clean Kirkland, part of the National Quiet Clean Alliance movement, representing dozens of jurisdictions in 26 states, working to ban gas leaf blowers. I'm here to urge you to ban gas leaf blowers in Kirkland now. I'm going to talk about just one of many reasons that we must ban these obsolete machines: noise. During the pandemic, you all received numerous complaints from your constituents saying that gas leaf blower noise was making it difficult to work from home or study. Many of us still work from home. Students still study at home. Some people need to sleep during daylight hours, and gas blowers make this impossible. Please do not ignore your community's plea for relief from the scourge of gas leaf blower noise. Gas blowers are much louder than electric. Their low-frequency noise travels farther and penetrates walls and windows. Many of us are exposed to these high-decibel, wall-penetrating roars multiple days a week and multiple times a day, even in our parks. Noise is not only a quality of life issue, it's a very real public hazard. Numerous studies indicate that harmful effects of noise. Loud noise causes or contributes to health issues such as hypertension, strokes, heart attacks, metabolic disturbances, anxiety, depression, loss of concentration, and hearing loss. Noise is especially dangerous for the elderly, can cause cognitive impairment in children, and can lead to anxiety and distress for neurodivergent individuals. I urge you to move forward quickly with a ban on gas leaf blowers in Kirkland. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk.
The next three speakers are Dennis Glennis, Michelle Alton-Kaler, and Ross Hunter.
Dennis.
That's Glines, but that's all right. Other people do it. My subject is the K line. Whether the K line starts on the 60th or 62nd Street, they're going to need to take property from the houses immediately to the south of that street to give people coming off of those streets a clear view of oncoming traffic from both directions due to the additional necessary setback. This will likely affect conformity to the zoning code, which was already addressed, and for the properties adjoining that lane. This project will also require moving 4 to 6 fire hydrants, depending on where it starts, and 3 to 5 power poles, depending on the start point, as Puget Sound Energy agreed to moving those poles. Plus, the transformer in front of the Northwest University is also going to be moved, or needed to be moved. Also, I have not been able to find a study or proof of concept for this project. What do you think is going to happen to ridership on 205, or the 255 if residents of La Quinta start riding buses and they happen to be alcoholics or drug users who are aggressive or have less than ideal personal hygiene? I think this will have negative effects on the ridership. It definitely has in Seattle. I've been told that Kirkland should get something for all the money we have paid into Metro into our taxes. I'd rather get nothing back than mess up our neighborhood. It was also mentioned to me that this K-line would bring more people from outside Kirkland into downtown, which may increase sales downtown. Why would anyone on this route shop in Kirkland, I'm talking about coming from Eastgate, when they would probably shop in Bellevue because there's a transit station there? They'll just get off. Maybe we should trade this project for transit services in Finn Hill and South Rose Hill Bridle Trail neighborhoods. Likely more people will get service and will also pay for what they don't get from transit service. Plus they have asked for bus service, and they're also Kirklandites. All traffic lights cycle in 2 minutes. That means that traffic in any one direction will allow 25 cars, I counted it, through during each cycle. If a bus is in the bat lane, it would save 30 seconds. Otherwise, if it is 22 cars back, it would still get through the light with that cycle. If bat lanes start at the fire station, that's where my figures start. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michelle.
Good evening. I am also with Quiet Clean Kirkland, and I'm going to talk about the impact of gas-powered leaf blowers on worker health and safety. It is wrong for the city to allow staff, landscape workers, and community members to continue to breathe the damaging and toxic emissions that come from gas-powered leaf blowers and be exposed to their deafening noise when there are viable economical alternatives that will save taxpayers money. The incomplete combustion of two-stroke engines results in the emission of huge amounts of fine particulate matter. This damages our lungs, and it is so small it can pass through lung tissue and into bloodstreams, wreaking cardiovascular havoc. It is also implicated in reduced immunity, worse COVID outcomes, Alzheimer's, and other diseases. The two-stroke engines also emit other potent carcinogenic compounds into the air, where we either inhale them as aerosols or they settle and contaminate our yards and our waterways. Carbon monoxide causes many workers to complain of headaches, dizziness, and nausea. And unlike battery-powered tools, gas engines vibrate, and that vibration can also cause injuries. Pull starting the gas engines can also cause shoulder injuries. For those who are concerned about the extra weight of an electric blower, our research has found that the difference is fairly negligible, especially if you consider the weight that fuel adds to the gas-powered blower. Landscape workers are disproportionately lower income, historically disadvantaged, and unlikely to be covered by health insurance. Indifference to the long-term health consequences of allowing them to use this equipment we feel is a social justice issue. We urge you to move forward quickly to ban gas-powered leaf blowers in Kirkland. It's the right thing to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ross. Welcome.
Thank you. It is lovely to see you all. Shocking, actually, to see you all here, and I'm pleased to be here and use part of my 3 minutes to thank you for allowing me to do this in a hoodie. I live in Kirkland, and I also would like you to ban nasty, dirty, smelly, loud, gasoline-powered leaf blowers, which you have all heard from me before. The economics of this are reasonably clear that this is a viable option. The city could probably save money on fuel and maintenance costs. They're more reliable in the long run. They're much simpler. According to the staff report, the payback time is as short as 2 months, but that's not on what you're going to make your decision. Steel, leading maker of gas and electric blowers, has an online calculator that makes it easy to calculate the savings, and some manufacturers offer no interest financing, which again is not your issue. The many cities, universities, and landscapers nationwide who've adopted battery power say that they are powerful enough for all the jobs and don't take longer. You can sort of read clearly the case for switching. Recent electric models, such as Greenworks' strongest commercial blower, are already more powerful than Steel's most powerful gas blower. There's a landscaper in Massachusetts, and they have more leaves than we do, has been all electric for 14 years. That's an early adopter. On properties up to 27 acres, they're flourishing and growing. Lots of people are doing this. My understanding is city crews say they feel heavier. It doesn't seem to be that way when you look at the models on the web. So I would urge you to move forward with the ordinance, and at the very least, we as a city should lead and have a quieter place for those of us who do need to work at home. And I think that's a first step on a larger path to have the scourge removed. And I'm glad I have made you smile in this. Thank you for hearing my plea.
Thank you. And I thought for sure you'd go over time. No, that's okay.
I am a professional.
I know. All right, who do we have next?
Our next three speakers are Jennifer Loy, Loida Hawkinson, and Debbie Lacey.
Jennifer.
Governing or just going along? This city government is spread too thin to do the most basic functions to a high standard, and now they are asking you for far greater. Let's just take the North Kirkland Community Center remodel, the Peter Kirk Pool upgrade, the Houghton Village Commercial Development and Affordable Housing Project, and the Kraken Iceplex and new community center at the Houghton Park and Ride. All four of these have elements that would be led and managed by Parks and Community Services. The Carillon Woods Chronicles, soon to be published by Simon & Schuster, uncovered much about the sophistication of the leadership, which are the same people responsible for the homelessness response team and the La Quinta that is coming online this summer. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Doing all of these projects at the same time is just too much. Now is the time for you to govern, not just go along. The council needs to lead with prioritization focused on which projects yield the highest community benefit and greatest need for the tax dollars invested. In my estimation, the choice is clear. The remodel of the North Kirkland Community Center and upgrading the Peter Kirk Pool to accommodate year-round use are hands-down winners. These are need-to-haves and should happen first. That leaves the Kraken Iceplex deal followed by the Houghton Village Commercial Development with just one community space. They should be abandoned completely or pushed out on the timeline. Neither are core city government functions, are of greatest need, or yield higher community benefit than these other two projects. If sold, the $24 million spent on purchasing the two properties could be used to fund the high-end upgrade of the Peter Kirk Pool. If there was a pot of gold / money sitting around or willingness to take out a loan, why not use the funds to refurbish the North Kirkland Community Center we already have first? Fully fund and complete these projects before entertaining new nice-to-haves. Require the city to prioritize real community benefits and high standards. Fully fund basic municipal functions. Collectively, the city is spread too thin already. Take this opportunity to govern, not just go along. Thank you.
Thank you. Loida.
I am Louita Hawkinson, and I'm representing Kirkland Heritage Society. We try our best to chronicle our rich history here in Kirkland. So in recognition of the March Women's History Month, I would like to share a bit of local history. Before Kirkland was founded, and when Washington was still a territory, Washington women could vote from 1883 until 1887. In 1887, women lost that right to vote. This was before statehood. During that voting time, women from both Juanita and Houghton, remember there was no Kirkland yet, served as jurors in Seattle. Julia Hawley, a pioneer from Juanita, served as bailiff during the tragic 1886 trials for the Chinese riots. In 1885, Eliza Forbes was appointed Justice of the Peace for Juanita. Mrs. Forbes lost her position in 1887 when women lost the vote. The Forbes family is familiar, as they're the Forbes named for Forbes Lake and Forbes Creek. Forbes owned much of Juanita Beach, and their home is Kirkland, is currently Youth Eastside Services. After statehood in 1889, local women immediately joined the suffrage movement. In 1910, Washington State gave the women the vote. At that time, Kirkland citizens convinced Carrie Shumway, a retired teacher, to run for election, and she became the first woman on the city council. It was called the town council at that time. Carrie Shumway is from a family who had the Shumway home that was moved from Lake Washington Boulevard to Little Fin Hill in 1985. During the 1909 Alaska-Yukon Pacific expedition in Seattle, the Washington suffragettes published a recipe book to be sold at the AYPE Fairgrounds, which is now the home of the University of Washington. Miss Margaret Baines, Kirkland teacher, supervised and helped publish this book. Many local women shared their family recipes. And just for fun, Eliza Forbes was 93 when she passed away. Julia Hawley was 94 when she passed away. Carrie Shumway was 97. I just find that very interesting. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. And for those of you who are interested, there are some blackberry preserves on the back table that you can pick up. Debbie?
I hope they're not all gone by the time I'm done.
We'll share.
Okay, good evening. I am Debbie Lacey, a longtime Kirkland resident. I'm also here on behalf of Eastside for All and our housing justice efforts. I understand that you have legislative session updates tonight and some considerations for discussion regarding Kirkland's support for some bills that have made their way through to the Senate. I'm here to request your formal support for rent stabilization, engrossed House Bill 1217. The bill limits rent increases to no more than 7% on existing tenants, while allowing landlords to set rent at whatever they want in between vacancies. The House representatives did some very difficult work, a lot of listening and engaging with stakeholders across the spectrum on this issue, and they did a wonderful job. We hope you'll join that majority, along with countless renters in Kirkland, the city of Redmond, and a significant majority of the general public who agree this is a much-needed measure and an important strategy, among others, to keep people housed. Recently, a mother in Kirkland shared with us that her already high $2,240 rent went up 10% more this past September. We asked her how that increase is impacting her, following a series of regular increases that have nearly doubled her rent since moving in. She said she's now living paycheck to paycheck, not paying full rent on time, getting rental assistance from nonprofits, not paying other bills on time, has a ruined credit score, and has gone on food assistance as well, among other impacts. She's on the verge of displacement and is overwhelmed at the thought of having to move out of the area. This is just one story among many that we hear all the time. It would be wonderful the next time I'm doing outreach here in Kirkland, listening to renters in crisis, if I could tell them that this council has heard them and stands with them, responding to their urgent needs by supporting this bill. Please communicate your support, if you choose to, publicly and to senators in East Side districts. Let's take care of this together for the people in Kirkland and across the state. Thank you so much for your consideration, and we hope that we can see some success and some relief for renters. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk.
Our next three speakers are David Haynes, Kyle Sullivan, and Alex Zimmerman. David Haynes is virtual.
All right. David?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. No más muchos solos que poquito dólares. Cesar Chavez was about improving the working class conditions and demanding respect for the innocent, honest, forthright, diligent workers. Yet we see how, like, the banks and the governments and the businesses, they offer these dilapidated, inflated, ill-suited, flawed design floor plans on slum real estate that oppress the small businesses that are forced to turn against the worker who gets sold out for non-working shareholder middlemen donors that are draining the Main Street economy every 3 months, every quarterly report, while leaving the workers subhuman mistreated with rundown rentals artificially inflated to keep the workers oppressed, living paycheck to paycheck, forced to pay the tax base on slave wages so non-working shareholder middlemen can get a tax break or pay a little more taxes on ill-gotten capital gains they never shared with the actual workers, who get pitted against the employers to make ends meet for a debt service police state economy that enforces fake artificially inflated property values that devalue the working class values, still denied a better choice in home and real equity due to a supply-demand squeeze that sellouts take advantage of, while others sabotage the Planning Commission to put restrictions on future developments, as if sitting in traffic has motivated residents to protest at council about restricting levels on buildings that need to go higher to offer better livable amenity spaces and get a reprieve from all the street noise, and maybe have community improve the traffic lights to come up to customize traffic flow. And Kirkland is rich enough to keep the library open on Sundays. And it's rich enough to actually have proper reading lights instead of ill-suited lights in the library that are designed more for effect when people are driving by at night when the library is closed and it's all lit up brighter than it seems when you're trying to read under the same lights. You know, in Juanita Beach, there's a Park Shore senior luxury living development that needs like a retrofitted noise abated wall, sort of like a piece of like a Washington DC Beltway noise abated wall that separates the highway noise from the residents. They need something like that in a smaller version around the Port Authority in Seattle and around new construction sites with like double shifts to expedite the job and without the impacts on the local resident community. But in Park Shore, there's all this flooding that took place like over a month ago. And these lazy dudes from the hells of elsewhere have pierced the wood with nails, and it's just marinating in all this rainwater, and they lazily did not dry it out and clean it up.
David,
So,
David, your
yeah.
time is up.
All right.
Thank you. All right, Kyle.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And also thank you for the proclamations. They're unfortunately more important these days than ever. Especially the first one is meaningful to people in my life. So thank you. I'd also like to express my support for the rental stabilization bill that's currently in discussion at Washington State. I think really, as far as these things go, it's been under discussion for a lot of time. The issue's really been spoken over with lots of different stakeholders. And so I think we've arrived at something that is reasonable and moderate. And honestly, I think most of the discussion about it is how exactly do we want to tune these numbers? What are exactly the stipulations? So I think there's really a good opportunity to make change there that will keep people in their communities, in their homes. Then on the supply side, I'm excited to see this city continuing to discuss its middle housing policies. Kirkland led the state on being one of the first jurisdictions to implement it. Now the state has raised the bar a bit, so the city has to bring itself up to that standard. And then hopefully with phase 2, then the city will take all of its learnings from the past several years and figure out how we can just make more housing choices, make these housing choices that work for more people more popular. As for the phase 1 discussions tonight, I support staff's second recommendation regarding ADUs, which is to keep the limit at 2 per property. That's how it is now. I think there's definitely merit to discussing, should these count towards density calculations? How should this factor into building sizes? All these sorts of things. I think that's a bigger discussion that makes sense for phase 2. And again, keeping status quo, it's status quo. It makes sense. And as staff points out, people right now currently aren't building middle housing plus ADUs on the same property generally. So I don't see any huge reason to change it right this second. I generally support the approach of, again, making sure that the city gets into compliance with the state and then move forward from there in a phase 2. One caveat to that is regarding the inclusionary zoning requirements. I think it actually makes sense to explore and implement those now, like the Planning Commission has discussed. A pretty moderate amount that has carve-outs for remodels or middle housing units because those are already more affordable. Again, that's technically not the minimum required of the city to do, but the state law that gives the city the ability to do that is triggered when there is an increase in housing capacity. Phase 1, definitely, the housing capacity is increasing because of the state's requirements, but phase 2 is about optimizing these regulations, right? So if phase 2 doesn't increase housing capacity, then we could miss that opportunity to change the inclusionary zoning. That's why I think you should do it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zimmerman.
Sie Heil, dem Nazi Gestapo fascist and mob bandito. My name is Alex Zimmerman. I'm president of Stand Up America, a Trump supporter for 10 years and a MAGA member. I want to explain to you something what is very unique. No analogy in America. King Country is #1 fascist county in America. But situation not only this, it's very interesting because it's Martin Luther King County. So how Martin Luther King County come to number fascist? I'll give you example. I have trespasses. Wesley Allen, Redmond, Bellevue. 3-year trespass from Sound Transit because I'm talking about $100 billion Ponzi scam. It's not good, yeah. Nobody want to listen, so you are criminal. I have Puget Sound Regional Council last week give me trespass for 3 years. I speak only 1 time, 2 times. Before I have from them 3 years too. So total is this more than 4,000 days of trespass. Can you explain me, you demi freaking cretina, why you scared one man who go and speak for 2-3 minutes? What is going on? Are you all freaking sick after COVID or what? Or you born like natural born degenerativные idioты, you know what this means? How is this possible, huh? Martin Luther King, King County, and Alex Zimmerman, who have more than 4,000 days of trespass. Can you explain to me? Kirkland, thank you very much. You're much smarter. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking here because I can talk about this, and I very appreciate you. So you respect Constitution in everything. Problem not about my trespasses. This trespass is pure violation of everything what is we have. Constitution, 9th Circle decision, local law, everything. How is this possible? When I ask council, you know what it means. In this meeting, you know what it means. Everybody, I thought, guy, why are you doing this? How you can scare the one man who come for 2-3 minutes speech and you trespass me? Where is going on? How is this possible? Possible for one particular reason, because Keys County in state Washington for last 30 years controlled by Nazi, fascist, Democrat, mafia. It is exactly what's happened. So one man, Alex Zimmerman, did something what is nobody did in America. Viva Trump, viva New American Revolution, viva MAGA, stand up America. Thank you very much.
For our new guests, I should have this memorized. The council allows Mr. Zimmerman to complete his remarks again because the council is committed to the exercise of free speech without regard to its content. But to reiterate what has been said many times, the council finds his comments hurtful and divisive and completely at odds with Kirkland's core values as a safe, inclusive, and welcoming city. Welcome back, everyone. Who is next?
Phil Allen and Jill Stoddard.
Phil. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Arnold, City Council. Thank you for letting me speak today. I am short my slides because I did not know the procedure, but as a computer person, I totally get the security implications of not letting me plug this in. I'm here today to talk about the Northeast Recycling and Transfer Station initiative that the King County Solid Waste started in the spring of 2020. They selected some sites. I'm just going to give a brief overview and get us to the present day, just to make sure we're all on the same page and have all the same information. After they started, about a year later, they started getting serious about hearing from residents of the various areas. And one point that was brought up, specifically about Taylor Field, you might also know as the Houghton Transfer Station, is there is a landfill back there. What's going to happen when you dig things up? And on multiple occasions in 2021, the folks from County Solid Waste said, we've done this before, we know how to excavate, we know how to make it safe. So we're going to fast forward 2 years. They put up their opportunity to put scoping statements for an EIS, Environmental Impact Study. I'm pretty sure I put one in that says you might want to make sure you get soil samples from inside the landfill area you think you're digging from. Not certain, but one would expect that if they are going to dig up a landfill they know is there, they said they've done this before, they would do the soil samples anyways. We're going to fast forward and we're going to look at the draft EIS. This is in the spring of 2023. And they haven't done any investigation as to what might be under there. So, I'm sorry, spring of 2024. So I put in a comment that says you might want to investigate, do some soil samples because that would be good science. That would be good understanding what's there to understand health and safety risks to Kirkland residents. We now come to October 17th, 2024, and King County sends a letter to the nearby residents saying, hey, we're going to be doing some maintenance in the Taylor Fields area. Don't worry. There were some false statements in there otherwise, so I contacted them, and the actual author of the letter said, oh yeah, we're actually getting the samples for NERTs while we're back there too. If we come to today, there are, if I counted correctly a couple hours ago, 34 black barrels with stickers that say, hold for analysis, because there's unknown, like, that's what they say, reason being, there's some level of unknown contamination in them. So they published a final EIS about a week and a half ago. How do they publish a final EIS if they don't know what's in the samples yet? Why are they still on hold for analysis? Seems like something is missing. And I worry that they're going to proceed with making a decision, not actually knowing what the environmental impacts are going to be, because they haven't done the science. That creates a health and safety risk for residents of Kirkland, none less me, who actually borders the site. And I would ask, is the Kirkland City Council, is the City of Kirkland, planning to appeal the final EIS based upon that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phil. Phil, have you sent this information to staff?
I absolutely will.
Thank you.
I have it right here.
Thank you. All right, next we have Jill.
Made it back from work just in time. Good evening.
This isn't a happy conversation. I'm here to voice my disappointment that I heard that many of the council members sitting here tonight have demonstrated so little respect for the voices of the more than 4,000 community members that make up the grassroots group called Cherish Kirkland, for voicing their concerns over some of the policies proposed and implemented in the comprehensive plan. At the May 5th meeting of the 45th Legislative District Democrats, a representative from Livable Kirkland gave a presentation on behalf of council members Jay Arnold, Neil Black, and Livable Kirkland's next candidate for council. However, this presentation misrepresented our comprehensive plan process. Cherish Kirkland and several individuals involved in the Kirkland leadership and upcoming elections. Yes, ma'am.
I just got a nod from my city attorney. This is close to campaigning, so you have to go off this subject.
I'm going to then just, I'm not going to campaign. I would like to talk about extremism, and in particular, calling certain council members as anti-housing. The comprehensive plan was highly contentious, with many complex factors at play. Reducing thoughtful policymaking to simplistic labels like pro and anti-housing distorts the reality of responsible planning and governing. And this is what leads to extremism. Just look at what happened to another party and extremism. So let's set the record straight. Livable Kirkland has misrepresented Cherish Kirkland and what we stand for. Here are just a few false claims made. Cherish Kirkland opposes housing and growth. The truth is, we support responsible growth. Ensuring new development aligns with infrastructure, safety, and community needs. Claim Cherish Kirkland is a fringe group with little support. In less than a year, we have grown to over 1,200 active social media users and 4,222 supporters across multiple channels. Let's compare that to the 400 Facebook followers after 8 years, represented by Livable Kirkland. This is not a minority view. Finally, the claim that Cherish Kirkland is fear-mongering by community members raising concerns about bringing Seattle's problems to Kirkland's. The truth is, our concerns are based on real-world outcomes. I'm sorry that you're not willing to listen, so I'll just stop there because I can tell I don't have your attention.
Thank you. City Clerk, anyone else?
There are no more signups.
All right, we are now closing items from the audience, and we are moving on to our consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Arnold to present the audit of accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $4,491,923.75 and bills in the amount of $6,081,724.30.
I have a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move adoption of the consent calendar.
It's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Falcone to adopt the consent calendar. Is there any discussion?
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Pascal.
I'd like to pull item 8E to the O. Denny Park Improvements Picnic Shelter.
All right, it has been asked to approve or move 8E to our business agenda. There's a question on the motion to approve the modified consent calendar. My good city attorney? Awesome. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, we are now moving on to our business agenda. The first item is 9A, briefing on Middle Housing Code State Compliance Update. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this presentation, council asked a lot of good questions. We thought it'd be helpful to actually have a panel to be able to respond to the questions so that you could not have them all standing at the podium. So I'm going to be joining you at the table, but here to give you the presentation and answer questions is our Planning Director, Adam Weinstein, our Deputy Planning and Building Director, Allison Zeich, and our Senior Planner, Scott Gooder. And we will be looking for direction on some of the elements of the Middle Housing Update.
Okay, great, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I'm here to provide a second briefing on the Middle Housing Code amendments, focusing in on a few topics, including accessory dwelling units and density calculations, the location and number of housing types, and options for inclusionary requirements. I have 13 slides to present this evening. Okay, for tonight, staff is gonna recap what we have heard from the public, Planning Commission, and City Council on these topics. And we'll follow that up with how staff is responding to those topics. Then I will briefly touch on some upcoming meetings before opening up the discussion to City Council and hopefully getting some good direction from you on these topics. So first, let's start with what we've heard from the public. So far, we have heard some strong support for our phased approach to code amendments. However, we have heard some criticism related to how we're approaching density, saying that we are moving beyond the state requirements in terms of minimum density requirements. There is also support for how defining the housing types, but we shouldn't allow for all 9 everywhere in the city. There's also some concern about our approach to affordable housing, going beyond the state requirements, and that approach could potentially have detrimental impacts to development of new middle housing. We have also heard some good feedback, thoughtful feedback from both Planning Commission and City Council on these topics. Specifically, we have been asked to explore including accessory dwelling units in density calculations, to be more strategic in the number and location of housing types, and to focus on affordable housing options that encourage and not limit the middle housing development. Specifically, when it comes to affordable housing, we were asked to explore options for smaller unit counts, starting with the first unit, coupling that with some with incentives, clear and concise inclusionary requirements, potentially exempting out smaller housing units and additions to existing homes, and ensuring that what we propose doesn't overly constrain new projects. We were also asked to either consider options on vesting or delaying affordable housing implementation with these requirements. Okay, so moving on to the topic of density. This is a slide that we showed before to council. We've updated this to show some additional options for council to consider. First, it's good to point out that housing types are already limited by the density limits. For example, a 6-plex would only have been permitted near transit or if the project included affordable housing. However, this slide also explores including accessory dwelling units in density considerations. This aligns with state standards and would provide the public clarity as to what we're including in the unit density. And furthermore, there's no net loss or gain in including middle housing in unit density compared to the current allowance that we offer. Alternatively, we can continue exempting ADUs from the unit density. That would allow a greater number of units per lot. To mitigate any density concerns, staff recommends limiting ADUs to two per property, and which is consistent with our current standards. This illustration we presented to you before. It shows typically the typical massing that would be allowed for a single-family dwelling, and we currently allow that same massing that we would allow for one dwelling to be split into two, typically like two cottages or a duplex, and those are allowed to have accessory dwelling units attached to them, but to a maximum of two. By adding ADUs on this in the density, there would be, for the most part, would be not allowing more than the state maximum. In this example over here, kind of illustrates this concept of what happens when you start to add density without adjusting any of our other massing considerations, which are critical to supporting middle housing. By keeping FAR stagnant, you can see that the units start to get much smaller as you increase the number of units. So staff was also asked to
Hey, Scott.
yeah.
I'm
go ahead.
wondering
Sorry,
if you should take questions on the ADUs before we move on to the other, before we lose our questions.
Yes.
So,
I'm sorry, I should have.
Council, I know you have questions. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you go, I think it's the previous slide, we were talking about thank you. You mentioned, I think kind of in passing, that it wouldn't make much of a difference if, with the, including in the density calculations or the two ADUs per property. Can you talk a little bit more about that? I think that's an important point. I just want to make sure that we and the public understand.
Yeah, so currently, you can see in the under existing requirements, we allow up to two, double the density that's currently allowed. We also allow for two ADUs per property. That would result in a total of 4 units on a property. In the option, and under option 2, when we include ADUs into the density calculation, it turns out to be the exact same number for by right density allowances under state. That does not include the six units, where most of the city would have to include an inclusionary requirement on affordable housing with that.
Thank you. And is that true for all properties in Kirkland or the majority of properties in Kirkland?
That'd be majority of the properties.
So there may be some exceptions where it would make a difference, but for the vast majority of properties, it's not going to make a practical difference in implementation.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else? They're still processing. Go ahead. We'll do typologies.
Okay, so staff was asked to explore kind of a more strategic approach to adding specific housing types in our different areas of our city. Staff has chose this approach where we would propose different allowances based on low density or multifamily zones. In this case, staff is proposing that in low density zones, 6 of the 9 housing types would be allowed in the low density. This would include duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. That would be consistent with the state's by right density allowance. And then to level that off with the 6 minimum, we'd include townhomes, stack flats, and cottages. And this approach is really aimed to tailor the types, the housing types, to align with the what we would consider the character of a low-density zone.
Madam Mayor?
I have questions.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. Scott, both for low density and multifamily zones, staff is not recommending courtyard apartments be one of the housing types. Can you go into a little bit of the detail behind that and the difference between courtyard apartments and cottage housing, which is recommended?
Yeah, so, yes, thank you for that. Specifically, we're not recommending courtyard apartments because cottage development already provides a clustered housing option. And additionally, open space requirements surrounding courtyard apartments may create development constraints, in particular in multifamily zones. Again, you know, cottage housing can include attached units, including duplexes or triplexes. There's nothing prohibiting attached units to be included in a clustered housing typology. It would just be a little less, I think, a little more flexible, and to just stay with, or at least clearer for the for development community to just stay with the open space requirements we already employ on cottage housing.
Is this something that we could revisit in phase 2 if we were going to look at some of those requirements, ancillary requirements around courtyard apartments?
Absolutely, we could. This could be something that we can reconsider in phase 2 as a way of maybe adding additional development flexibility, in particular with how, especially when we're dealing with increasing development capacity through our development standards.
Thank you.
Councilmember Timpson?
Thank you. Question for staff. Did the Planning Commission weigh in on these 6 types?
No, these, we were asked by Planning Commission just to kind of be a little bit more strategic. This was the same approach. This is the same comments that we received from City Council. This is the first touch point that we're having with the council, and we have yet to go back to Planning Commission with this recommendation.
Was there a touch point with Planning Commission?
Outside of just the first phase, when we were told to be a little bit more strategic, no, we have not showed them this specific option.
I think the original staff presentation had all 9 in all zones, so that's what the Planning Commission heard when they said go be more strategic, and then the council had sort of the same feedback as all 9 is maybe too much. Can you figure out this? So,
okay, thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
Just to clarify Deputy Mayor Arnold's question, or to clarify it for me, so essentially the courtyard apartments and the cottage housing are kind of in the same parameter around how much space they're going to use, whether they're attached or not attached?
Yeah, I can take this one. I think one thing I really want to point out with the typologies is that there's a huge amount of overlap between the different types. So that's why we can get by with less than 9 and still have as much flexibility as we need. Like if you think about, for instance, 2 duplexes with open space, that's basically what courtyard apartments are, or courtyard housing is. You can achieve a similar configuration with cottage housing as well. Townhouses are very similar to 4plexes and 5plexes and 6plexes. So there's really a ton of overlap between these different typologies. So I wouldn't sweat the number too much.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Scott. Oops, did I miss somebody? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to seek clarification on one thing. Adam, you mentioned that there is a lot of overlap in these different typologies. It's also noted here that some of the typologies that are shown here may not be compliant with things like our massing restrictions, which include our height. So for example, with stacked flats, like when I think about some of our height limitations in some of our residential neighborhoods, when we're talking about stacked flats, we're really talking about what on the East Coast they would call a top and bottom duplex, as opposed to a side-by-side duplex, as opposed to a 3-story apartment building like we're showing in the presentation. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's right. And I think the reason that we kept stacked flats as one of the typologies that we're recommending is that that can yield, in a lot of cases, a better sort of living environment than just a bunch of townhouses crammed together.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Timchison, did you have another question?
No, not right now.
All right. I think I got her right. Go ahead.
Okay, so moving on to the affordable housing requirements. So the reason why we're talking about affordable housing with this phase is that for most of the areas of our city, in order to reach 6 units, 2 must be affordable. That would be a 33% inclusionary requirement. The requirement thresholds would, the affordability thresholds would be 60% of the county's area median income for renter occupied, and for owner occupied, that would be 80% inclusionary, 80% AMI. The state allows for different housing, affordable housing requirements than what the city currently allows for, which is we have for our inclusionary requirements, it's 50% at AMI for renters, but 100% AMI for owner occupied, which is probably the more likely outcomes with middle housing products. This also could likely, because of these thresholds are set at the 5th and 6th unit, this would likely have a chilling effect on any middle housing above 4 units. So staff assembled this recommendation from the collective comments from Planning Commissioner guidance that we received in their feedback. It really focuses on affordable housing requirements starting at the 1st unit, using Kirkland's existing affordable housing thresholds. Again, that's 50% AMI for rentals, 100% AMI for owner occupied. Exempting smaller unit sizes and new square footage of existing units, and delaying the effective date of these requirements. The benefits of this, staff has considered the benefits of this. It would effectively not hinder middle housing production with the size exemptions, and would also not add any additional cost to middle housing projects. However, there might be some additional cost for large single-family new large single-family homes, but this could also incentivize more middle housing. This is a pretty modest, with all the carve-outs, it's a pretty modest approach, and would provide a foundation for phase 2 adjustments, and addresses developers' concerns regarding in-progress projects with size exemptions and a delayed effective date. Completely exempting renovations and rebuilds also provides homeowner protection, and this ultimately actually ends up being a balanced approach, which has considered many sides. With that, I've kind of put together the summary table right here. It includes the state inclusionary requirement, adopting a state inclusionary requirement in phase 1, developing and adopting the Planning Commission guidance option, or deferring any inclusionary requirements until phase 2. For the reasons I presented on the previous slide, staff is recommending adopting the Planning Commission's guidance option, as it addresses most of the concerns that were presented to staff at your March 4th briefing. I can stop here if we want to take some more additional questions.
Council. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Scott, and I definitely support the Planning Commission guidance here. As we get into phase 2, I want maximum flexibility for a robust policy discussion on this, and what's laid out here provides that, starting at any unit greater than 1 and the 10% and 100% AMI. And I like the exemptions that were suggested, and having some sort of delay. When we get to this point in adopting something, I would also want to make sure, in addition to the code, that we reflect that interest in continuing this discussion into phase 2 in the whereas clauses of any resolution that we pass, because really this is a placeholder that we need to do now because phase 1 and phase 2 are related.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
Thank you. I want to thank Deputy Mayor Arnold for that kind of summary. That was a very thoughtful discussion in the Planning Commission, and I think this is really the right way for us to go. That's why we have a Planning Commission. Sometimes we just click.
Thank you. Councilman Pascal?
Thank you. So when we last talked, last meeting, it felt like we kind of arrived on pushing the inclusionary zoning and affordable housing discussion to phase 2, and that was what I thought the Planning Commission had also discussed. But now you're saying that that's not what the Planning Commission recommended. So I'm just a little confused by what they recommend and what we discussed last meeting, because it feels different now.
Yeah, I can take that one. We received, again, we never presented Planning Commission with a cohesive recommendation on inclusionary zoning. So we heard lots of different we got lots of different feedback from individuals on the Planning Commission. There was certainly some interest in, incentivizing inclusionary zoning, most of which will happen as part of phase 2. But there was also some guidance from the Planning Commission to make sure that we're capturing added value that's happening with phase 1. There was interest in making sure that we're not precluding family-size units in an inclusionary program. There was an interest in not, making sure that homeowners can do renovations. So I don't think there was clear guidance from the Planning Commission to absolutely not do inclusionary zoning in phase 1, but I think the interest was, if there was to be inclusionary zoning as part of phase 1, to do it very cautiously with protection for middle housing to make sure the supply isn't hindered by inclusionary program, and protection for existing homeowners as well.
Have you received any further input from like the builders and folks that we heard from last time about their comments? Did these carve-outs seem to address their concerns, or?
We think they do, yeah, we think they do. We've heard mostly from middle housing developers, and one of the key concepts in the Planning Commission guidance is that units of 2,000 square feet to 1,700 square feet are completely exempted from the inclusionary requirements. So that means you could build as many, 1,700 square foot units as you want, and you wouldn't pay a cent of inclusionary zoning in lieu fees. And so that really would have, pretty much no impact on middle housing. So I think that does address their interests.
Is there kind of like a hybrid option between option 2 and 3, where you adopt option 2, but you put the date of its actual kind of go into effect sometime at the end of phase 2, right? And so we're saying that that's the way we're going, but we're going to get more input. We're going to look into the details, and then we'll approve it after the phase 2 process. So
yeah, you could do something like that. I think we are currently recommending some sort of delayed effective date, right? Because what we heard from developers was that they've bought land, they've done their pro formas, they've taken into account today no inclusionary zoning requirements, and they don't want those requirements to change. With the Planning Commission option, those wouldn't really change anyway because we're exempting middle housing units. But a further delayed implementation date could help people adjust to the new requirements.
Okay, I mean, I think I'd be okay with option 2 with the delayed effective date, but that we talk about and we message about it, that we're wanting to further explore this in phase 2, that we don't say, hey, this is what we adopted, and then, kind of shut the door on discussions. You know what I mean? So it's a real kind of clear messaging with how we're proceeding into phase 2.
Yeah, I think what the deputy mayor said about including a clear whereas statement in the ordinance, if and when it's adopted, could be a good sign that we're planning to look at inclusionary zoning again with phase 2.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Tim Chizen?
I'm just struggling to understand if the planning commission made a coherent or decisive recommendation. I'm not understanding if they did or not.
Yeah, so I would say, again, this happens at city council, it happens at planning commission. We just had a briefing, right, with the planning commission, and so we asked them for general feedback on inclusionary zoning, and that's where they made lots of individual comments about protecting homeowners and making sure that middle housing supply wasn't adversely affected by new inclusionary requirements. And so what we did was we pieced together all of those comments, and we found that generally speaking, when you put them all together, they were compatible and could be presented in the option that we presented you in the staff memo.
Okay.
So they didn't actually vote on this cohesive option. This is just sort of compiling the strands of their comments that they made that night.
Well, and in addition to that, there was pretty clear, support that we would look at what were the two options that we had on the table that started the inclusionary requirement at the first unit. So that's why at least that first minimum unit application is there, and the rest of this is kind of put together with the various comments based on the concerns and the desires of the Planning Commission.
Okay, well, I feel like I'm gonna have to watch the tape, but thank you.
Anyone else? So I appreciate option 2, and I think, Adam, you used the word cautious, and it is moving slowly. We haven't done inclusionary zoning in single-family neighborhoods before. We're all well aware of our need for more housing, less expensive housing, attainable housing. I think that this is a doable implementation of inclusionary zoning. It's a baby step. And what I'd like to so I support it. What I'd like to talk about is the delayed effective date and what that actually means. Because to my mind, when we implement this, when we will be testing it, it will be a pilot program. And then when we get to phase 2, we'll be able to tell what the impact was, whether it was effective, whether we're seeing the results we need. So, and how we can change it in phase 2, scale back, move forward, so forth. So I'm of the mind to move forward with it and start to implement. Though I do support that we allow developers who are in the pipeline to remain vested, but that we explore implementing this program to see how it works. So. Councilmember Pascal.
So I just want to be clear. I support this, but I would like to see the effective date be after a conclusion of the phase 2 process. And I think that's different than what the mayor just said. So I think I'm not in agreement with what she just said. I want to clear that. Yeah.
If I could provide just a comment to that and maybe clarify a little bit of the process in response to Councilmember Tim Chizen's questions. So we have to take this back to Planning Commission. We have not ran this by them yet, as we noted, and I think it's just worth saying again, there's not been a Planning Commission vote on this, and so we are going to bring back this sort of synthesis of their guidance to us back to them as an option so that they can review it. We'll write them draft code so that they can look at how we're proposing to insert a delayed implementation date, which I think is in their interest and what we're hearing from you as well tonight. And so we will get a Planning Commission recommendation by vote with their recommendation on a delayed implementation date, but can certainly make sure we highlight that date as recommended by Planning Commission for future council discussion.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate that, Allison, thank you, because I feel like just want more information about like what this would look like if we have an effective date. I'm intrigued by the idea of a pilot. We've talked about piloting with affordable housing. I want us to, look for out-of-the-box ways to be able to pilot different initiatives, to be able to see what works, see what doesn't work, see what we can tweak. I think the key to this is flexibility. I know I've said that before, but with inclusionary zoning, this came up with the 85th station area and other areas where I really feel like we need to be flexible. Market economic conditions change, and it really varies what will pencil out as far as like inclusionary requirements for builders. And we've talked about this, obviously, like we don't want it to be a barrier to housing being built, but we also know that having inclusionary housing is a good thing, right? And so I think piloting something like this is something that I'm intrigued by, and so I would like to know more of what a pilot may look like and doing that sooner while we're talking about phase 2, and to be able to maybe, I know it will take some time to learn from said pilot, but to really think that through, and what it might look like to have a delayed effective date, like Councilor Pascal saying as well, how that might play out, what kind of conversations might we have during the phase 2 discussions that would impact what option 2 would look like. I would really want to understand how that may play out before I really have a strong opinion whether we should do a pilot or whether we should do a delayed effective date. So I would like to see those options fleshed out a little bit more, discussed more, like you said, with the Planning Commission and with other folks, and then for council to have that discussion as well. So I'm intrigued by the different options, and I want to remain nimble and flexible so that we don't have unintended consequences for something that has good intent. Thank you.
Councilor Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate this discussion. I was I came into this conversation really wanting to hear from my colleagues as to where they were at. And I'm still kind of where I was at coming into this conversation, which is I need more. I think I'm going to echo actually some of my colleagues right now, which is that I need more information. I'd like to know. Again, I'd like to see the Planning Commission's conversation around this topic in more detail and their recommendation to the council. I would like to understand, this is echoing what's already been said, but I'd like to understand from the businesses that are the ones we rely upon to actually, construct, especially the middle housing, what this really means for them. Generally, I appreciate the Planning Commission coming up with the concept around option 2, which I think is a creative way to think about this with its, starting at a single-family home, but also having the exclusions and carve-outs that encourage the construction of the middle housing. As far as what exact mechanism we do, I'm still confused as to what staff is telling us is possible as far as going with option 2, but implementing at a later date. I need to have a conversation, more detail to really understand what our options are there and what that actually looks like. Because it's a little unclear to me, just frankly, what it means to implement something. Have it at a deferred date as part of a phase 2 process, do a lot of analysis on it in the meantime, but it has an implementation date. So what does that mean? What happens when the implementation date arrives if we haven't completed our analysis, our discussions, our conversations, and phase 2? So I need to understand that better in order to really say from the dais, what direction I think we should go.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
If I could respond, I appreciate the, not questions, but your comments. And I think one example of a place where the council has actually done something similar is in the station area plan. And I'm sorry, you always hear me talk about it, but so you increased inclusionary requirements beyond what we require in most of the city. And there was some trepidation about how that might impact things. And so you decided to include a pioneer provision in the new inclusionary zoning requirements. And the pioneer provision has two options. It's either it expires after the first 624 units are built, or it expires on December 31st of this year, whichever is later. And what we discussed with council at the time that you were considering adopting that was that it's in the code, that kind of sunset clause, and that we could come back at some point if council wasn't happy with the housing production, or you wanted to give things a little bit longer to kind of get built before we kicked in that higher inclusionary requirement, that we could amend the code to extend the pioneer provision. And I think we could do something similar in concept. Now, we haven't fleshed that out yet. We still need to go back to Planning Commission, but we do have an example of an area where you've adopted something, given it some time, and then also given yourselves an option to kind of revisit how much time you're giving it.
Perfect. So that's perfect. That's exactly the kind of conversation I need to have. I mean, now we've had some of it, but that's exactly what I needed, is to flesh out exactly what we're talking about. Are we talking about a pioneer provision? Are we talking about a deferred implementation date? And what does it all mean when we put it all together? So I'm guessing I'm not the only one of my colleagues who would appreciate having that conversation. So however we go about that, I think that's what I'm hearing from some of my colleagues. So thanks.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. Allison, thank you for your comments. I'm going to reserve making judgment until we get that feedback from the planning commission, because as a former planning commissioner, boy, the city council always rubbed me the wrong way when they were giving me recommendations as to what to do. And I would hate to violate my own principles, but it's super helpful when there's a contentious issue at the planning commission level, where they spend 4 hours discussing it, and we've got some of the brightest minds in housing in the city on our planning commission. But it's super helpful to get on a contentious issue, if there was a split vote, what the vote was, what the minority opinion is, what the majority opinion is, the pros and cons of each position. And that can come from planning commissioners or come from you. But it's difficult to distill a 4-hour meeting into a couple of bullet points, I know, but getting more information about what happened to that planning commission and why is very helpful to me, because we have 10, 15, 20 minutes to spend on a discussion like this. They have hours. And I'm unable to watch the whole tape, for a lot of their meetings. Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Okay, so just really briefly, I was just going to flash this up before you. We are engaging with the public some more, both the builder group and the Finn Hill Neighborhood Alliance towards the end of the month on March 25th and 26th. We'll also be presenting a second briefing to the Transportation Commission on the 26th as well. Planning Commission followed by the Planning Commission on 25th, where we'll bring your feedback on this topic together with additional second round of code amendments that they'll be discussing. And then we'll double back sometime in April with City Council on those additional draft amendments and providing a response to your parking standards questions that was asked at the last briefing. With that, this next slide is basically the slide that we're looking. I think we've heard a lot about some direction on the affordable housing requirements, but maybe getting some direction from council on the first two items. Would be great.
All right, council, any comments, questions on ADUs and density calculations? Deputy Mayor, then Councilmember Black.
I'll start on the ADU piece. Support option 2, limiting to 2 per property. Part of the philosophy we've done at this point for phase 1 is saying we're changing what needs to be changed to comply with state law. This continues our existing requirements, and if we need to look at other options, I'd rather do that in phase 2. Thank you.
While I have you, do you want to comment on the typologies?
I think I mentioned some of my comments on the typology. I'm fine with what we're talking about for phase 1. I am interested in phase 2, understanding more about courtyard apartments, if nothing else, to consider a typology for renters. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, staying consistent, if under the ADUs and density calculations, if option 2 is sort of staying the current course, then that's consistent with where I've been throughout this conversation that started whenever it was, 2 or 3 or 4 months ago. With the typologies, I guess my direction to, I think I'm basically directing staff and planning commission to explore that option 1 further. Not interested in option 2. I appreciate the deputy mayor bringing up courtyard apartments because my great grandmother lived in a courtyard apartment in Southeast Portland when she was 80 and 90. Rented an apartment, so it was, it was an affordable unit. There's lots of those kind of apartments in Southeast Portland, in otherwise residential neighborhoods. So it's a typology that kind of speaks to me a little bit when it comes to aging in place and having an affordable place to rent. That may not be the case with Kirkland. I appreciate that the typology is similar to cottage, but for the reasons Deputy Mayor said, I'd be interested in exploring that a little bit more. But generally, my instructions, or my guidance rather, would be to explore option 1. And then I think we've already spoken on the affordable housing, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Just in follow-up, as long as we're throwing out numbers, for the ADUs and density calculations, I would go with option 2 for reasons that have already been stated. On the permitted housing types, option 1. And in terms of the affordable housing requirement, I would stay with, I still would go with option 2.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to pile on the tallying of council members' perspectives on these different options. For the ADUs and density calculations, I also support option 2. For the range of permitted housing types, I still don't understand why we would, like the same logic that I have for option 2 on the first one, I kind of have for option 2 of this one. Like, it just gives us the most flexibility. I don't, completely understand the benefit of narrowing it, especially given the discussion today. But I'm fine with that for now, I guess I would say. I'm not gonna put up a big fight for that. But I do think that we should have more discussion in phase 2 around this. I think it feels a little bit arbitrary that we're just kind of picking the ones we're picking. But I understand that. I don't mean to dismiss. There was work and thought that went into that. I just feel like we could have avoided that work. I think it seems, anyway. So I'm fine with option 1, even though I think option 2 is better. And I've already given my thoughts on the timing and approach that option 2, and I think just exploring a little bit more what different paths for option 2 might look like. Thank you.
Councilmember Pascal.
Real quick, I'm just still focusing on meeting the state requirements for phase 1. So that would be option 2 for the ADUs, option 1 for the permitted housing types, and I'm open to option 2 as long as it's deferred action until conclusion of phase 2.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm, you want to weigh in?
Sure. On the ADUs, is there any difference between ever any contemplation of including ADU and density calculations in new construction, but not in post-construction, post-addition ADUs?
Yeah, I can take a crack at it. I don't think there's a difference, honestly.
Okay.
Right.
All right, option 2 on ADUs and option 1 on permitted housing types. And I'd like to wait for the planning commission's recommendation. And so that would be option 2 on the time and approach too. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm option 2 on ADDUs and option 1 on typologies, and we've already talked about inclusionary zoning. Anything else? Oh, Councilmember Black.
Thank you for letting me speak twice. I did, when we do talk about cottage developments and courtyard apartments, maybe it would help, I had this thought and I thought I would share it. It would help for me to understand if part of the recommendation is that cottage developments are something that we're seeing now, that we're seeing an uptake of that, and it's a form of middle housing that have been trying to encourage since 2020, and now we're seeing an uptake in it. And if we're limiting this to 6 typologies, which I support, because that's the requirement under state law, and that's what I've said repeatedly as part of phase 1. And so adding courtyard apartments is, in some ways, what you're telling me is, Councilmember Black, that's a 7th typology if you really want that, because you'd be taking cottage developments off the table, and that's really been a part of the code since 2020. If that's the case, I just want to have that conversation and make sure I understand that's where the staff is coming from.
Yeah, I guess what I would say is that I truly think that even if we exclude courtyard apartments as a typology, I think we could actually get them built under the typologies that we've selected, even in the low density zones, right? So HB 1110 defines courtyard apartments as 2 attached units together. So basically duplexes surrounding a courtyard. So I really think we can get there with duplexes actually. I think the challenge with courtyard apartments, which we agree is a really fantastic typology that has had a place in traditional neighborhoods for many, many years. I think the big challenge to building courtyard apartments is the courtyard requirement, right? Not whether the typology is allowed. Courtyards take up a huge amount of land, and so it's harder in this era when land prices are really high to get developers to set aside such a big courtyard. So I think that conversation is going to be really critical with phase 2 when we actually think about incentivizing middle housing and optimizing it. And that would be a good time to think about what are the incentives that we can offer developers to build a big courtyard, to set aside a big courtyard and build apartments around it.
Okay, that's good. I appreciate this conversation. Thank you.
All right, anything else?
I'm done.
Scott's like, mentally, I'm done. All right, thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Council, normally we take a break by now, but we do have guests for the next item 9B, so we're going to continue on. So hang in there. Our next item is a discussion of the locally preferred alternative support letter for Metro's K-Line. Councilmember Tim Chizen gets to recuse himself.
In consultation with the city attorney, I've decided to recuse myself on this issue because of my ownership of an affected property.
Thank you.
I'll step out, send somebody to get me. I'll be in my office.
You will see all of us. We don't have offices, just for the record, or staff, except all of you guys. All right, city manager, sorry, I need a break.
Wait 1 second. Okay, well, I'll introduce the topic while Councilor Tim Chizen is moving on. So after many presentations, we're here now asking council for approval of 2 letters of support for the locally preferred alternative. And here to walk you through those is Kimberly Scrivener, our transportation planner. We also have staff from Metro and other folks from Public Works in case council has any further questions. Obviously, we've received lots of information leading up to this point. So turn over to Kimberly.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor, and the Council. We have, as the City Manager mentioned, we have talked about this quite a bit. So tonight we just have the 1 slide. We've talked in the past about what it means to be in the locally preferred alternative. We do have Metro staff, if you have here, as was stated, if you have any more questions about that. We have talked through various record of support memos for the project element, so there shouldn't be any surprise of what's in the locally preferred alternative. We have 2 letters.
Kimberly, I'm sorry, I paused. We're not sharing with the Zoom here, so we need to redo this very quickly so folks at home can see it.
Ta-da.
Thank you. Yeah. Didn't realize it stopped sharing in the transition. We have 2 letters that are proposed for your consideration this evening. And the reason for the 2 letters, one, to King County Metro includes language that's specific to Metro, specifically caveats, considerations about service hours. So when the K line comes to Kirkland, we are requesting that service hours remain in Kirkland. There's language about maintaining our service to Seattle and also prioritizing during any restructure connections to the Lake Washington Institute of Technology. The letter to the King County Council is more general without those considerations or mention of service hours. That letter to the council is really for them to weigh in on the locally preferred alternative and for that letter to be used for grant applications to send to FDA. And so it's a more general letter of support in nature.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Councilmember Sweet.
Madam Mayor, just to get things going, I want to go ahead and move to authorize the mayor to sign on to the 2 letters.
It's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Falcone to approve the 2 letters of support for the K-Line LPA. Any discussion? Councilmember Black.
Well, this question's now going to seem awkward because we have a motion on the table, but question for staff, real quick. I know it's in the materials that you provided us in the memo. I just want to make sure, again, that we emphasize or we characterize correctly how the record of support memos, what their relationship is to the letter of support. Because there's a lot of important information and sharing conditions and requirements that we have spelled out in the record of support memos. So, Kimberly, can you describe that?
Sure. The record of support memos have also been sent to King County Metro. The letter of support for the locally preferred alternative to King County Metro notes. There's language in that letter that notes the previous record of support letters and the additional considerations. So there's language in the letter of support for the locally preferred alternative referencing the previous letters that were signed by the city manager. And then it also includes that additional language about service hours that I mentioned.
Great. So in legal parlance, it's integrated by reference or incorporated by reference rather.
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, I want to speak to this just because we get so many comments and we continue to get comments about concerns around property takes related to some of the capital investments related to K-Line. And I'm glad that we're putting in that extra language, talking about how we're going to, optimize and kind of really look at the impact, try to minimize the impacts of property takes, of impacts to property owners, but at the same time trying to make sure that we're getting the benefits from the K-Line that we need to from a reliability standpoint. So, and that there's some additional analysis that really needs to be done and needs to be shared with the public, just to really understand those benefits and making sure that the length of the bus lanes or the location of the queue jumps, that they make sense, not just today, but in the future as well. And I also just want to thank the staff for meeting with some of the property owners and the city manager and deputy city manager for doing that. It's really helpful to kind of get out, talk through these issues. There's a lot of concern, and I'm glad we're just putting in that extra effort to have those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Kimberly and team, for all the work. It's been a long journey. I mentioned during a study session previously, this was the J line when we first worked on it, and sometimes progress takes some time, but here we are with the letter of support for the K line. And we've heard feedback from the community, including interest in more transit service in Kirkland, concerns about minimizing impact to homeowners and businesses with the speed and reliability improvements plan, and then retaining our existing bus service. We've addressed those in the specific letters around technical issues in our record of support memos, and we, as a council, will continue to be engaged if and when this project gets funded and built. But today is a great day because there's three ways Kirkland gets more transit service. One is new revenue, and this is an opportunity with new revenue because transit like the K line is eligible for a federal small starts grant. We're competitive under that current criteria and need to do that while we still are. We get new service when Metro restructures during light rail or bus rapid transit coming online. And this project is the opportunity to say, let's keep those service hours in Kirkland and enhance the 255 or look at other areas to go provide transit service, including things like connections to Lake Washington Tech that we've heard during this process. And then finally, the other way we get transit service is doing our own service. And now that the team's through this, I look forward to our work this year and next around our developing a transit strategy and looking at things like Bellevue's bellhop that may be a supplement to what we're moving forward with today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Black.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, former mayor, because I know you love it when I speak twice. I appreciate you allowing me to speak twice. I did want to say this is my night for sort of thinking of an additional thought. And my additional thought is we do want, as a city, we've committed to following the design process really carefully. And as was articulated by me, but also by my colleagues, there are things that we have discussed with the community that we are committed to following up on and monitoring throughout the design process. My question, I guess maybe it's for the city manager, is whether there is a need for an additional resource in public works and transportation to be sort of not maybe dedicated full-time to this, but for this, and if that's something that just out of prudence and out of sort of delivering on our commitment that we've made really from the beginning of the process, if that's something that could be brought back as part of the June budget adjustments, or I want to put it in your lap if there's something that the council needs to do vis-a-vis staff and resources to make sure that we have the resources in place to actually do the work that we're committed to doing as far as following and monitoring the design as it proceeds. And a big part of that's communicating with the public as well.
So thank you, Councilmember Black. I guess the short answer is we can always use additional resources. But I think in this case in particular, we've had similar concepts like the position that communicates with WashDOT over the 85th stationary project, and also concept of owner's reps. I think that as this plays out over the next year or so and design happens, I do think there's a possibility of needing some supplemental resources to do some technical evaluation and so forth. Both our transportation team and CIP teams are pretty, stretched in many ways. So with some time to think about that, I could bring some options back for council discussion at the June updates, as you mentioned. I think that would be a good idea, looking at maybe some contracting resources or something else. But I would need to meet with the team to get a little better definition of some of those options, but I think that would make sense.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Thank you. Final comments. So it's already been said that the letters need to move forward. I support the letters. I guess what I want to say is I just want to acknowledge the very real concerns of the community members who could potentially have property impacted. And I just want to say we hear you, we understand your concerns, we understand your worry, and we will keep this conversation open and continue to move forward. So the question is on the motion, approve the 2 letters of support for the K-Line LPA. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thanks, Kimberly.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to take a break. We'll be back at 9:40.
I just got done meeting with my legislative staff in my office.
All right, we are back after a short break. Next, we have an update on the electric leaf blower initiative. City Manager.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. We are here to do a check-in on the electric leaf blower. Here to give you that presentation is Michaela Binns, our temporary special projects coordinator, and our government affairs manager, Diana Hart. But as they're looking at this, and I just want to say a huge thank you to Michaela. This is her last month with the city. She's been an extraordinary utility infielder. She came in to help us. And some of our city manager office folks were on maternity leave. She's been working the volunteer program for the last few months and has done a lot of support for the Lake Washington School District Coordinating Committee, as well as working hard on the electric leaf blower. She's been fantastic to work with, so we're very grateful to have had her, and we're excited to have her give you this presentation tonight. So welcome, Michaela.
And congratulations and goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Council. I am Michaela Binns with that awesome intro, and I'm here to provide an update on Resolution R5585, the Electric Leaf Blower Initiative. This is an update on how the second year of the initiative went, and tonight your feedback and direction will help inform the draft ordinance that staff will bring back at the end of this year, 2025. So just a quick overview of what I'll quickly go through tonight. I'll hit some background, then we'll get into actions and key learnings that have happened over the last 2 years. Then we'll look forward at year 3 of the initiative, and we'll finish with some discussion questions for you as a reminder that discussion tonight will help inform that draft ordinance. So, some quick background of the initiative. The initiative has 5 goals. First is to sunset the use of gas-powered leaf blowers by a target date of December 31st, 2025. The second is to reduce negative health impacts. Third is to provide financial support. Fourth is to be proactive to potential state decisions. And fifth is the enforcement of the city's noise regulations. As a reminder, this was a community-led initiative. They brought this issue to the council and asked for the initiative. And as staff has worked over the last 2 years on the initiative, they've been very mindful to balance how much the community wants beautiful and safe spaces, as well as cleaner air and quieter neighborhoods. So very quickly going over the background, the key learnings from that first year were just getting the stakeholders involved together and learning as much as possible. And this is just a list of actions taken in that first year. And then moving into the second year, these are the actions taken in 2024. First, there were 2 trade-in events where community members brought their gas blowers in exchange for a $100 electric blower voucher, which could be redeemed at one of 3 Kirkland businesses. We had some council member participation in that as well, which was cool. Second, we launched the Leaf Rake Pledge Program at City Hall for All, where we also had different community engagement and education efforts, such as the tennis ball leaf blower race that some of you participated in. We also hosted a roundtable and demonstration for elected officials in partnership with Representative Wallen, as well as hosting a virtual roundtable for Kirkland businesses. Staff have developed a draft business rebate program and a corresponding plan for a manufacturer demo event that would launch with the potential rebate. And Parks and Public Works have continued their pilot program and collecting data. So, as the last 2 years have gone on, some learnings have remained the same, and then in the last year, there have been a few new learnings as well. So the pros of electric blowers, by and large, are that in some scenarios they are appropriate, just not all, and using them does reduce their users' exposure to the noxious gases that gas blowers release. Moving to the cons of electric blowers, the electric leaf blower technology is improving, but not necessarily quickly enough to suit what city crews or businesses need. In typical use cases, which is most of what the crews do day to day, gas-powered blowers are more efficient and preferred. And the negative ergonomic impacts of the weight of electric leaf blowers is still a concern. They are heavy and have physical impacts on their users. And then in the last year, some of the new learnings that really stood out were that an evaluation of the charging infrastructure at city facilities, particularly the parks and public works maintenance centers, is necessary if a full transition is recommended, just to make sure that there's charging facilities and infrastructure to support that. Second, additional full-time employee or service time would be necessary to avoid service level implications if a full transition occurs. And an important call out is that many landscapers in the area are small business owners as well as members of the BIPOC community and would potentially be negatively impacted disproportionately by a ban of the gas blowers. So going into year 3, which is this year, as a reminder, the goal of this year is to move forward and develop a draft ordinance for council consideration. And just as a quick reminder, there is no state action happening this year in 2025, but a state ban is still likely to be an option in the future going forward. And in the memo, lots of options were presented in more detail, but I'll quickly go over them tonight to remind you. So the first one is the local business rebate program to help support businesses transition. Second, there's the potential option of restricting the city's use of gas blowers between Memorial Day and Labor Day. Third, we have a potential electric-only maintenance pilot program at certain parks or areas. We also have the infrastructure assessment of city facilities. A full transition would need more accessories to support that electric blower use, such as equipment holsters, extra batteries, that sort of tool for crews. We could also look at expanding electric equipment use beyond leaf blowers. A lot of crews and a lot of our staff have expressed that they like electric equipment, just not necessarily the electric leaf blowers as much as other tools, so that's an option. We could continue our community engagement and education efforts. As we move forward, enforcement considerations need to be on the mind. How would a potential ban or regulation be enforced in Kirkland? And finally, a potential extended initiative or deferred ordinance timeline is an option. So, as I finish up my presentation, staff seeks guidance on what council needs going forward to make an informed decision at the end of the year, and as well as if any options look good in developing that draft ordinance. And with that, we're here to answer questions, and I turn it to you for discussion.
Thank you. City Council? Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I was excited about this opportunity with electric leaf blowers until I used one. I attended an event with Representative Wallen here at the city of Kirkland where we used electric leaf blowers, and I saw a definite difference in the capacity. And I saw that the technology did not seem to, at least at this point in 2025, have the capacity to service a commercial use. I think me as an individual homeowner, I'd be fine with it. I don't think that our city staff and other city staffs, in other municipalities, support using this in an industrial capacity. And the professional gardener that goes from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, from Kirkland to Bothell to Bellevue, I see a large burden if they have to have multiple types of leaf blowers for their different jurisdictions and us legislating this individually as a municipality. I think this is a good issue to track in 2025 and 26 and 27 and see if there's differences, but I would possibly be in favor of an ordinance affecting homeowners and individual users that exempted professional gardeners. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for this update. I really appreciate it. It's very thoughtful, really thinking through all the different implications for different folks in our community and different stakeholders. So thank you so much for that. I can really tell a lot of work and thought went into that. I think we're headed in the right direction. When we first talked about this initiative, our intent was to be thoughtful, was to track the technology, was to have an equity lens and a lens of sustainability, and really make sure that we were leading with a carrot and not a stick, right? And that we were really trying to help support homeowners and small business owners in our community, and also that the city was going to lead by example, right, with some of the things that we're piloting. And I see that in the potential options to explore. It is moving slower than I had hoped when we first took this on, right? I think we all kind of hoped that the technology was going to be there, that it was going to be all the things we wanted and more. It was going to be powerful enough, more powerful cheaper, lighter, like all the things, like if we could wave our magic wand for the technology, and the technology is getting there, right? Like we're seeing that. And I feel like we're not quite there yet. And that's why we had a delayed implementation of this, right? And so because I don't think we're there yet, I support a deferred ordinance timeline for this. I do think that, like some other things that we discuss, it makes more sense for this to be state level policy. So I would like to continue to pursue that. I know that, that state legislators are also being thoughtful, just like we are, and thinking through the impact on small business owners and homeowners. And we've heard some really thoughtful comments tonight about other equity issues as well, right? About the health impacts of folks who are working in landscaping in our city and what that means. So it's complicated and it's nuanced, and that's why I like that we have the carrot with, the local business rebate, for example, program that's coming up. I like to see that and more of those kind of programs. Like I said, the city leading by example. I like the idea of like the seasonal, the city staff between Memorial Day and Labor Day only use electric, or perhaps electric only pilot in one of our parks. The electric truck pilot, looking at other equipment other than leaf blowers. I think these are all really good ideas for us to make incremental change. And again, it's leading by example and having a carrot rather than penalizing our small businesses that we really want to support in this. So I want to thank the community members who commented tonight and are continuing to advocate. I agree with you. I want that. I share the same vision as the folks who come before us and want that the end goal is for us to no longer have these, polluting, loud leaf blowers and other equipment, right? We all kind of want the same thing, but we just really need to be mindful of unintended impacts on folks in our community. So I want to assure folks that we get it and we agree and we understand. So I think I've given you what you're looking for as far as my opinion, in that I don't want us to have an ordinance in 2025. If we need to do a Kirkland-only ordinance because it will help incentivize the state to do something, then that's okay with me. But again, my preference is for state-level policy when it's appropriate and when it's the time. Thank you.
Councilman Beck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, for my first set of comments, I want to say the following. No, I really appreciate what I've heard from Councilmember Tim Chizen and Councilmember Falcone. I generally agree with what you all been saying. The having attended the different demonstrations and using these devices. And talking to our crews who do this on a large operational scale. What has always sort of jumped out at me is setting aside a lot of there's a lot of considerations, but setting aside everything else, the charging infrastructure necessary has always been the one limiting factor that has really struck me as like, okay, I get that. That's a challenge. If you're out at a park for 6 hours, with equipment we have today, with the vehicles we have today, how are we going to have that? And with the maintenance, frankly, with the Parks Maintenance Center capacity that we have today, how are we actually going to do that? So that's always been the one thing that has been most meaningful to me is just battery and charging infrastructure, especially when doing this on a large operational basis out in the field all day long for hours at a time. So I want to underscore, like Councilmember Falcone, this would be much, much better done at the statewide level. It just does not make as much sense, given that a lot of the businesses that do this on a large scale operations are not depending on our city limits. They're doing work all over the region. So where that kind of leaves me is that leaves me wanting to defer the ordinance. I would be a proponent for sort of extending the initiative for specific purpose of us demonstrating, be us as the city of Kirkland being leaders in demonstrating what might be possible through actual pilot, like the kind that is described by the staff in the memo of, let's pick 2 parks, let's choose some of the easier months of the year, and let's, we may have, some members of our crews may have to do it kicking and screaming, but we say, when you service these parks during these months, we want you to use only electric equipment. And then I'm going to be really curious to hear back. I want to know, like, what was that experience like, and how many times did you have to drive all the way back to the maintenance center to get a new set of batteries because the batteries didn't last as long as you hoped, or the work was more than you expected, and there was no way to keep up on charging the batteries without having a vehicle, idling in the parking lot of our park. So. And I realize the electric truck is, could be part of that pilot. Maybe that's an expense, but my point is extending the initiative for purposes of us sort of demonstrating what this might mean to do this on a large operational scale. Defer the ordinance. I will say one other thing: enforcement of this with private property owners, I guess, residents. I do worry what that actually ends up looking like. I think what it looks like is a lot of calls from people saying, hey, my neighbor's using a gas-powered leaf blower, and by the time we get out there, it's long, long gone. And it's gonna be a little bit of the, a little bit of the same color as the modified muffler problem we have, which is by the time we get out there, it's too late. So I'm a little worried about the enforcement. That's why I think us doing it ourselves is a great place to start, and we'll get some more data. But so it's an extended initiative that I think is a little more narrow in scope. Thank you.
I have Council Members Pascal next.
Thank you, Mayor. So from the beginning, I've always been open and supportive of sunsetting of the gas-powered leaf blowers, and I think many of us have. To me, it was always a question of timing, though. And that's why we set that 3-year mark, was to really investigate that and be open to kind of what we learned from that process. So it's good that we're kind of coming back now and thinking through this a little bit more, but now that we have more information. There's always 2 parts of this. It's one, thinking about how we operate as a city and park crews and street crews. And then it's also understanding the impacts it might have on the private landscape operators. And then, we can't forget just the impacts these machines have on people in general. But, it really concerns me when we go into something and we know that we're reducing service levels. That's a huge kind of red flag for me, particularly when it comes to parks and streets, because we're not talking about beautification. We're talking about safety of our parks, of our streets, maintaining them. Because if we spend more time having to blow leaves, then that takes away from doing other things in our parks and on our streets that really do matter and affect people's lives. So I don't want to reduce those service levels because we're just gung-ho on meeting some deadline, that we need to be thoughtful. And it sounds like we are, and I'm glad that we're thinking that way. I also want to be cognizant of the fact that there is some uncertainty in just kind of our nation when it comes to public investments in electrical infrastructure, EVs and things like that. And it's not about the federal government investing or anything like that. It's about companies that are they going to take the risk to double down and continue investing if they think that they're going to have difficulties in securing materials and hardware because tariffs are going up and things like that. So we have to be mindful of that too this year, of how that might change cost of the equipment and availability. So I'm not saying it will, but those are things that we also have to think about. But I'm open to options moving forward, like many of my colleagues. I would like to continue to look at those service levels. How can we close that gap with some of that equipment? How can we change how we do things and still get the outcomes that we want to achieve by using electrical equipment? I think that's going to require more targeted pilot studies. I think it would be good to continue to share this data publicly because we have a lot of people that are interested, and I know we're probably going to get some emails tomorrow of disappointment. And I know that they're really interested in understanding a little bit of our experience and what we've heard. And then I do like the idea of expanding the electrical equipment to other things, and so that's good. That was great to hear a little bit more about that. So I'm glad we're just open to it and we're doing it where it makes sense. At the end of the day, we have to be responsible and pragmatic of how we're doing these things, and I think we are. So I'm supportive of deferring the ordinance for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thanks. I too am supportive of deferring the ordinance for now. I would also consider any of the options like creating a green park or a couple green parks, or we've got the equipment. I think we've got them both in parks and in public works. The other thing I think that is worth looking at, though, is if we're looking at electrifying and more generally, what I heard over and over was a general strong acceptance of saws, of using it as a what are they called? Chainsaws. Electric chainsaw, and they're expensive. Don't tell Larry, but that's probably what he's getting for Christmas. They're safer, they're cleaner, they're a million things going in their direction. So I think that's worth considering for both of our departments as well. So I get it that people are going to be disappointed. I just don't think that, and the other one final thing is, as the electrification gets bigger, they're getting louder. So the air may be getting cleaned up, but the machines themselves are, sometimes I don't know whether it's an electric machine or a gas-powered machine. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Michaela, for your work on this, and thank you, Diana, Michaela, and team on a really thoughtful approach with the research, multiple forums, and demonstrations that were really interesting and useful. And what we've learned from our own crews and from the landscaping companies that we have worked with is that this is possible 4 to 6 months out of the year. And for the wet season, the capabilities of electric leaf blowers are just not at parity yet. So I really want to take what we've learned and see how we can move forward with a phased approach. I liked all of the ideas on your previous slide on looking on how we move forward and support city leadership on this, on how we can continue to learn with a summer pilot with Memorial to Labor Day, only using electric tools. I do want to continue to invest in our charging infrastructure for battery packs. As we look at the Public Works Maintenance Center, we need to plan for this future, whether it's for leaf blowers or other electric tools. I want to add to that bullet point of list is, could we consider a program where landscaping companies are willing to join us in this pilot, that we help them in their financial support to add electric leaf blowers? We had originally talked about this program to help fund the conversion, but if there was a way that we could say a landscape company was willing to join us and say, we will only use electric leaf blowers from Memorial Day to Labor Day and report back on their learnings from that, I'd be willing to say, let's use the support we were saying for conversion to say that they'd be willing to do this pilot too. And then while we may be deferring action on a ban, I do want to extend the timeline to continue this initiative so we can continue to learn, continue to work on legislative advocacy, and consider how we do this in the future, or how we proceed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm, did you have something else to add?
Two quick things. If this comes back before us, I'd be interested to know if a statute can impact like individuals or home residents and not commercial people, if that's an enforceable statute or if the workability of that would be difficult. And second, we talked a little bit about mufflers and things like that, and I would not, just wouldn't support police being involved in the enforcement of this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you. We get to hear from all of us on this one. Thank you, Michaela and Diana, for all your work. I think we did a good job of investing in a very thoughtful analysis, and we're just not getting the data or the results we're hoping for. I used to do this. I used to run a garden design business. I used to be the one with the leaf blower irritating the neighbors. So I had my concerns going in, but I was open-minded, and I was convinced 3 years ago because I knew that we would do a good job of researching this initiative, that we weren't going to do anything by the seat of our pants. We were going to be careful. And sadly, it's not coming through. And I continue to primarily be concerned about the minority and women-owned professional landscapers. And this is a huge business for women in this industry. So I think that we continue to make this a voluntary program, that we continue to incentivize our community members to convert to electric, that we continue to encourage our maintenance workers to adapt to the technology. And rather than, I mean, the council's been clear on what our vision is, so then rather than us defining what these programs are for our city maintenance workers, I would prefer that this was bottom up. I would prefer that they say, this is how we can use this technology in an effective way. This is how we can maximize our resources. I don't think that those of us up here who don't do this job every day should be deciding how they do this job with electric equipment. So I feel you can tell, I feel very strongly about that. So I would love for the workers and the department heads to come to us and go, we have a great idea that we want to pilot. I'm intrigued by the summer only, but I'm not convinced that that wouldn't require extra FTEs to get it done. And I agree strongly with Councilmember Pascal. We don't want to reduce our service. We don't want to add staff where we could be adding staff other places. We've heard that our medians need weeding, so let's don't use staff for electric leaf blowers just because. So I am intrigued by Deputy Mayor's suggestion of some sort of creative programming with professional landscapers. That's worth exploring, and I know that you've reached out to Chris Smith of Lake Washington Institute of Technology, who is all electric, and he's been in this business for 20 years, so it can be done. So maybe there's an opportunity there that we haven't thought of. Today, Clean Quiet Kirkland kept referencing data that they had, and I don't know if that's data they have that we don't have, so it would be worthwhile to say, send us all these reports that you have that says, this is easier said than done. And I apologize because we are going to get some grumpy emails tomorrow, but I really do think that it's not ready yet. So I want to continue to be creative with options, but I also want to defer this initiative. So, thank you. All right. Thank you both. And now we're running to review of the 2025-26 City Work Program, where the presentation will be made by our city manager.
Absolutely.
And he's dropping things, and he has IT help.
All right. So this is our third check-in. One more before we come back to you with the draft ordinance for final action in April. It's now the revised work program. Just a quick reminder of the timeline we've been through. On January 21st, we gave you the draft, got your feedback. On February 18th, I brought back a revised version from the initial feedback. We also had a discussion of several of the topics at the February 28th council retreat. And so I'm here now to share with you what I think I heard and get your final feedback on that. So on the discussion of February 18th, I did go back and listen to the tape very carefully. There's 3 items that the council said to go ahead and defer. The general conversation was, we're going to do these anyway. This is part of what we do anyway, but maybe these don't belong on the work program at this point. We can revisit this at the end of the meeting, but, so these three are not currently on the list that I'm proposing to you, and I covered that in the memo. On the economic development side, the primary discussion there was you're about to hire an economic development manager, and essentially this is that person's work program, so they should come back to us with more information on that. I have a couple that you said yes to that I'm going to go through fairly quickly. So the station area, I just want to see if there's any last comments on the station area. We did change the council goals to all, recognizing this hits pretty much every one of them if done correctly. So, seeing no comments, I'm going to. The other one council said yes to was complete all investments approved by the voters in the 2020 Fire Prop 1, including adding the new fire props behind Station 24. So any questions or comments on that one?
Nope.
All right. Partner with the Seattle Kraken if the public benefits of the community center and benefits defined by the council are approved. I just want to say, court comment on this. The council did approve this last time, but there was some comments earlier today about whether this was a nice to have. What I want to say about the community center itself is when we did the pros plan, we identified the need for a third community center, no matter what. And our wait lists and the work that we need to do show that we need a community center no matter what. So having the Kraken build that community center for us is actually not a nice to have. A lot of the rest of what's going on with the Kraken is a conversation the council can have. I also want to comment on the North Kirkland Community Center. Even if we renovate that, we would still need a third community center to keep up with the wait lists and the backlog. So just want to put that out there. Finally, when we did the North Kirkland Community Center revision, or excuse me, assessment, we did a facilities assessment of all of our stuff that we're going to be bringing to the council later this year. One of the things we found out is that the North Kirkland Community Center is actually in much better shape than we thought it was. And actually has a little bit more life left in it, and that we've identified maybe about $1 million worth of things that need to be done to kind of upgrade it. So we're going to be coming back to the council with that as part of the discussion in the CIP towards the end of this year. So I think the good news is we can accomplish both things. We can have a very good North Kirkland Community Center, and should this Kraken thing happen, we can have a second one down south, which we need both. So happy to answer any questions on that, but I just wanted to get that on the record.
I see none.
We also said yes to the complete construction of the 3 big arterials, Juanita Drive, 100th, and 124th. Any questions or comments on that?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, Councilmember Sweet?
I'm just kind of make a little bit of a general comment. I mean, the completion of those streets, the completion of the fire stations, it's already completely in motion. No offense, but I don't think there's a whole lot more for you to do or for us to do. So that's the only thing I struggle with, having that on our work plan. Well, I think sure we want to claim done when they're done. This, looking at previous work plans, does not look like a lot of work, unless the Kraken thing happens, that's a big deal, unless the pool thing happens, which we'll talk about in a minute. So this just doesn't seem as sure.
It's a fair comment. We have done this in the past where when we launch something in a work program, we finish it in a subsequent work program because it is the same project, just, which means it's very large, usually a lot of money, crosses multiple departments, but it is certainly a discretion of the council as to whether you want to include those or not.
Councilmember Tim Chizen?
Thank you. On the Kraken issue, it's my understanding that the Kraken has some decisions coming up in April or May, and I think we need some additional signals and clarity from them prior to investing more time in this work program item.
So we did issue the RFP, which is due by the end of April, for wanting to build an Iceplex. So obviously, we'll know if they submit a proposal or not. We think they will, but yes, we'll be checking back into the council on that as soon as we know.
Thank you.
All right, so this is now the section that we have some changes. One of the questions I got from the council was, can you provide better clarity on especially the conversation about increasing transit and kind of where it fit? And so I decided to propose periods. And shorter sentences, so hopefully this is helpful. So set comprehensive plan priorities through adoption of the planning work program, period. Set transportation priorities, including increasing regional transit and local transit service in Kirkland through adoption of the transportation work program. So hoping that captured the comments. And you will get another crack at wordsmithing when the resolution comes, because it'll have all these as well, so.
I see head nods.
Another important grammatical change here is public defense services provided by the municipal court, rather than, hopefully I got close on this one. Okay. There was comments on this one about making sure it's clear that Kirkland is not the person who's the entity that's putting the health or housing in, but also to acknowledge that we are a partner and we have some oversight authority and responsibility. And so this is my suggested language. Support the implementation of King County's health or housing project in Kirkland while ensuring the project complies with the partnership agreement between Kirkland and King County.
That's good.
Captured. And then added the housing down at the bottom. This again was feedback from the council to be clearer about what we're trying to achieve. So enhance community outreach and engagement to further improve communication and connection between the city and community members, and then develop new tools and strategies. Any questions or comments on that one?
Nope.
Okay. We're coming close to the end here. So update the diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging 5-year roadmap. This was talked about quite a bit, as you just saw in the memo. I'll come back to this at the end. There wasn't really consensus about taking it out or leaving it in, so I left it in because it had been the first couple. The conversation ranged from, it's very important to continue to show this is our value, to this is now also the daily work of the DIB manager and the city manager's office. And so that was kind of the debate. So we'll come back to this one, but right now it's in. I wanted to do one thing before we come to the next one, which is the pool, which is celebrate a little bit of good news. This was just brought to me today by Lynn Zwagstra, our Parks Director, and her amazing team. Just a thank you to the City Council for kicking off K-Tub and starting it. We actually won the WRPA Spotlight Award. They only give one award citywide, statewide. And it's for starting K-Tub and the equity, health, and wellness. So congratulations to Parks team, K-Tub, and to the council for restarting that program. So thank you all.
Well, for city staff for taking it and running with it, and doing an excellent job, so.
And they invented it before we got into K-Tub.
Yeah, yeah. The honor is theirs.
So this is the only potential new one that came out of the conversation. And again, this was not defined or decided, and so I have it as a potential. And that is to develop options and financing strategies for covering the Peter Kirk Pool, to enable year-round operations to enhance aquatic programs for Kirkland residents of all ages and abilities. And the reason that I'm suggesting it, as well as the council having discussion, is that this would be an entirely new level of service, which is quite a bit of money, which would have opportunity cost to those financial streams, as well as the possibility that we might have to reorder some capital projects. And so I felt like it fit, but also, obviously that's a decision. It's up to the city council. So.
All right, I know you all have input on this, so Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, included.
Yes, I want to, I'm sorry, being lighthearted. Yes. I don't want to repeat everything, conversations we had about the importance of this project. I think it's important, and I understand why given its import and its expense, it would need to be on the work program. And I wanted to be on the work program because I think this is important for our community, an additional level of service. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Yes, I fully support this, and I'll reserve my comments on my opinions on the subject for a more appropriate time. But on the work program, certainly.
Deputy Mayor.
I do support exploring this. One of the things that I have some concern about is that this is both a big capital expense and a big operational expense. And so I do think it is time to look at this, but I'm wondering if explore is a better verb than develop, in that I'm not willing to commit today on March 18th that we're going to spend the $25 million in the next 2 years to cover the pool. I think we will get to something like that eventually, but I don't want to, in a time of uncertainty, say this is a path we're definitely going down. I do want to discuss it, and just wondering if the rest of you have any thoughts.
Councilmember Sweet.
I think explore is probably a better word, but it still means that we're developing options, so.
Do you want to respond, Deputy Mayor?
Just wondering on everybody's thoughts on saying, are we, because are we doing this or are we looking at options for this? Because when we've had other things on the work plan, there are things like was mentioned with the transportation improvements and the fire stations, things that we intended to finish.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
I thought Councilmember Pascal was before me.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed you.
But
Please, go ahead. You were definitely before me.
All right. I was just going to respond to Deputy Mayor here. I agree. I think explore would be better. And the reason is because as we explore, we might realize that it could be too big of an undertaking to take right now, or financially it's not doable or whatever. So I do agree that explore would be good.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do support having this in our work program. I think it's, we know the need. We know, that this is a life-saving endeavor because of just how important it is for children in particular to learn how to swim, and that we have a very long wait list of kids on a wanting to get swim lessons, and that's about to open up, I think, next week again. I have it on my calendar to try to sign my kids up for swim lessons. We'll see if I can click the button quickly enough. But and so I do support this, and I also do support just going into it with an open mind. So I do like explore. I think that makes sense. I want to commit intent, but not commit to actually knowing that we're going to move forward with it, because we have to be wise financially. We don't know yet what those options are. We don't know what it's going to cost. We don't know how we're going to fund it. We don't know what's going to happen with the economy in the coming years. I think, a strong intent, want to make sure we're communicating a strong intent that we want to move forward with this. We understand the need. We are committed to exploring it. But I just want to give us that flexibility to be fiscally responsible, and hopefully we can proceed with it. That's my hope. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So what I think you're hearing is yes, put it on, explore, as opposed to develop. Okay.
Okay, and I would just say that is consistent. This is not proposed to be considered like a ballot measure, but that is consistent with what we've done with ballot measures. We've said explore the potential of ballot measure, then we've come back. So I think that's wise.
Go. You have another slide. Okay.
So just next steps. Incorporate the feedback. I'll return with a resolution adopting this on the April 1st council meeting. I'll draft it hopefully for adoption, but council can obviously make any final amendments at that meeting, or if you need to go to April 15th, you can do that as well. So,
Councilmember Sweet.
Sorry, before you wrap up, I was kind of sick during the retreat, so I wasn't fully on board. But when the deputy mayor made the suggestion that the budget was not something that was something we might reconsider, I feel pretty strongly that the developing a budget and maintaining our AAA credit rating and all of the things that go into maintaining the city's financial picture is a very important piece of what we do. I think it is something we take a great deal of pride in. I suspect that any campaign literature that's ever gone out for many of us has taken full credit for it. So I feel like that's a really important element, and I would like to reconsider putting that back in.
Council, thoughts?
I put these up. There's 10 if you include the pool. So
As long as the transportation projects don't come off, I'm fine.
Well, Deputy Mayor, for some reason, wants it all to fit on one piece of paper or something. So, Councilmember, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councilmember Sweet, I generally try to keep us focused on these things, and one of the things that we haven't talked about that could be number 11 is where we've said, do we want to save some capacity for working with King County if Houghton is chosen for the Northeast Transfer Station? That's one of the reasons why I had wanted to simplify.
Can I respond?
Oh, yeah.
And I certainly have that in the back of my mind as well. I don't think that work's going to be that soon. I would have added it to Councilmember Black's earlier suggestion with regard to what kind of help we might need in Public Works in terms of moving forward with K-Line. So, yeah, it's going to be a huge body of work, and yeah, I think that Truck and her team's going to have to figure out what it is that we're going to need moving forward, but it is moving like glue. That's why I did not bring that up.
Councilmember Falcone, then I'll go to you, Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm hearing additional things, maybe, budget, NERTs, and then you have Public Works Maintenance Center and Economic Development on that deferred items slide as well. My question is, does it make a difference if it's on the work program or not? Like, if things are going to proceed, some of these things, like, we're going to work on economic development stuff, right? Does it make, what is the difference with having it on the work program or not?
So, to me, as the person who proposed this to you way back in 2011, the issue is really, it signals priority for the council and the public and the city manager that when pivots and additional resources and new elements need to come through, that you're teed up so you don't have to wait for the budget process, or you know, if there's a request of the council contingency, or if there's, you know, a need to add a temporary staff person, or you need to have specialty contracts with attorneys, or, you know, economic analysis, those kinds of things. So what it does is it says, yes, maybe this looks and feels like day-to-day stuff, but it might change, it might evolve, there might be things happening. So that's why the budget, in my mind, is one that I personally support, but I can also make the case as to why it shouldn't be there, is that it's such the big document and so many things can change, and there's lots of policy in the budget document that could also evolve. But so that's the main difference. So the when I said the 3-year deferred, I think you really said no to economic development, only in that it's sort of too small. It's basically a work program for a new position that's being added, and the real work is going to be happening in the station area, where we try to catalyze the station area. The Public Works Maintenance Center, I think, is definitely worthy of consideration, but it's also, you've already decided to fund the first phase, and so it may not be as necessary. There could be things like potential condemnation or additional resources needed, depending on what we hear when we start to negotiate, or if we uncover contamination underneath one of the sites we're looking at, you know, those kinds of things. So it really gives you the more flexibility, but again, you always have the ability to make changes in the CIP or the budget process anyway, but it says you're going to keep an eye on it, and basically you're going to hold me accountable to keep an eye on it.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing is that it's part communication, signaling to the community what our priorities are, but it really does help prioritize resources to make sure that these things happen because of the spotlight that are on those, that we've decided these are kind of the top issues. Well, that's a tough one. I mean, I think the budget, I could go either way, because I think we're going to prioritize it no matter what. So if
Right.
Councilmember Sweet feels very strongly to put it on there, then I support that.
I don't know, put a star on it, put it on the bottom. The reason I depended on this for the 5 years that I was mayor is this is actually a great list of talking points in terms of what are we doing as a city and a city council and a city manager's office? What are the things that we're really applying some energy around? So having a list that's more than one page is okay with me, as long as we are capturing the kinds of things that are really important to our community. I believe the maintenance center is going to be a really important thing to our community. Sorry, I would add it.
Yeah. I agree, actually. So I agree with like I support the budget if Councilmember Sweet feels strongly about that, but I am fine either way on that. I do feel like I'm with you on the economic development. I don't see the benefit of adding that. But the Public Works Maintenance Center, I think that really signals our prioritizing the nuts and bolts and really core of so much of what we do as a city and the important work that we do as a city. And I think that that's a good thing to highlight that and to highlight that prioritization. So I would be supportive of adding the Public Works Maintenance Center to this to really signal that we are prioritizing what's at so much of the core of what we do as a city.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm, I think you were next.
Thank you. I see some possible consolidation here, and if I'm wrong, correct me. But I feel like if the Seattle Kraken project moves forward, we're going to emphasize the community center, and if it doesn't, we might emphasize the pool. And so I'm not sure if we're going to be forced to kind of choose between one of those projects in 2025 and prioritize one over the other.
So as currently conceived, they wouldn't compete until you get to the operations, which Deputy Mayor Arnold brought up, right? So the funding source would be looking at for the Kraken, they would do the capital to build it. What we need to do is figure out how to operate it, right? The funding source for the capital on the pool would be different. So they wouldn't compete in that way. They would compete if they both happened in the budget process for how do we have the staff to operate it.
All right, never mind. That's, I guess, having separate bullet points makes sense then. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor?
Councilmember Tim Chisholm has given me another thought. In the interest of consolidating, perhaps the completion of the transportation and fire projects could be combined into a single goal, as that, we're going to go celebrate those, but we're not going to spend a lot of work as a council on deciding those, and maybe that gets us to back to 10 or 11.
All right, anyone else? Because I do want to, Councilmember Black.
So I didn't get a chance to speak, so I just wanted to weigh in. Okay. I'm taking a lot of heat today for speaking. Apparently Councilmember Black is the one person not allowed to speak on this council. So I am having I appreciate this conversation. I'm having a hard time getting too worked up about whether the number is 11 or 12 or 13. And I really, ultimately, at the end of the day, I think that the things that have been mentioned, they make sense. I appreciate Councilmember Sweet and her reminding us of just how important that a responsible budget is. And so having that highlighted, it's okay. It's work we're going to do. And the maintenance center, I know we played it's been on here and it's come off of here and it's gone back on here and now it's off. I really, again, Councilmember Falcone, I agree. It's important work. And I think we should do it. So I'm okay with us adding a couple of these specific things. I don't know, Deputy Mayor Arnold mentioned the NERTs. It's a little unclear to me. Maybe we can get some staff guidance on whether you agree with us or don't agree with us as the importance of that as an item on this year's work program.
I mean, I think both the Deputy Mayor and Councilmember Sweet are correct. Like, if a decision gets made in the next month, we'll want to make sure that we're organized to engage well for mitigation. But the decisions made by the county about when they get to design and mitigation are probably well beyond this 2-year period. So I'm not sure that it would be the work program, because what it would really be is starting to track immediately and maybe a mid-buy budget, like we might need a position or two. But so I definitely think it rises to that level. I do think the timescape does make a difference a little bit.
Yeah, then it feels to me like it's not quite there yet, and we do have our solid waste team, which is great team, and we'll probably be monitoring this during this 2-year period where maybe it hasn't quite ramped up to the level. So I'd be in support of leaving that off, but adding these other things.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just end with, you always can revise.
Talk.
No, I'm just going to say, just to give you comfort, you always can revise this at the end of the year or early next year. So if needed. So that's all I got. That's my last slide.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was going to throw my voice behind the maintenance center, but these two made it much easier for me. The reason I'm advocating for it is criminal justice and the Parks Maintenance Center was on our previous work plans. It does require significant investment and resources. And it also sends this is an external document, but it's also an internal document. And it does send a message to Public Works that we are listening and we are paying attention and we do realize that we need to expand our maintenance center. So I think that everybody's okay with that.
Thank you all. And I will stop. Thank you.
Okay, we are now moving on to our final business item, keeping in mind we have 3 LRMs after council reports.
And the addition of
Denny Park. So we are now going to move on to an update on the 2025 legislative session.
Good evening.
Right. So, as always, here to give you that update is Diana Hart, our Government Affairs Manager.
Good evening, Council. Tonight, we are on day 65 of the 105-day long session, which in a short session would mean we'd be done by now. We get like 40 days left. Of the nearly 1,800 bills that have been introduced, 523 have survived the House of Origin cutoff, taking Kirkland's tracker down to 95 bills. As always, NTIB is a thing and bills will come back, but that's just where we are right now. We are back in committee mode and will stay predominantly here through April, or through early April. Many of our delegations are holding their in-person town halls either last weekend or this coming weekend. And the Revenue Forecast Council met earlier today, so we got the latest estimates that will be used by the House and Senate for their budget proposals that they will be introducing next week. The good news is the forecasts are substantially on track with what was presented back in November, so chambers won't have to go entirely back to the drawing board for their proposals coming next week. Diving into updates on our legislative priorities. We're still holding out hope that a magic does all the things REIT bill is really kind of comes through. Until then, House Bill 1791, which was originally targeted to amending current REIT for public safety uses, has been amended to include removing the expiration of flexibility for affordable housing and removes the caps of funds that can be used for affordable housing. And reduces reporting requirements. It creates an exemption from REIT for affordable housing developments for specific community purposes as well. While it misses our core goal of a local graduated option, it does address some of the other time-sensitive concerns we have for existing uses. Popping down to behavioral health, this is often a bullet I skip, but I do want to share that there are several policies to support co-responder and community behavioral health programs as careers and funding for such programs are advancing through the legislature. Looking down at our transportation funding, the transportation budgets are expected to be introduced and heard next week. We've heard that the Senate Transportation Chair intends to introduce both a no new revenue and a new revenue budget. We'll continue to advocate for any new revenues to maintain revenue sharing with local governments as those proposals advance. Popping down to the end of our priorities, the Senate version of our PREA bill was passed 29-19 out of the Senate. A big thank you to Senator Dinger, who was able to swiftly get the bill on the floor for a vote when the House version got a little stuck in a rush to get the legislation through before cutoff. We'll continue to work with Senator Dinger and Rep. Salahuddin to get this bill through the House over the next month. Looking down at our legislative actions, the Ledge Work Group has signed in support, unless otherwise noted, on the following bills related to supporting public schools, city funding, sustainability strategic plan, extended producer responsibility, and housing. Written comments explaining the city's concerns with Senate Bill 5729 were shared with the committee and Chair Doer. Kirkland's Solid Waste Programs Lead, Jenna McInnes, provided testimony explaining Kirkland's other position on House Bill 1497 today related to the cost of transitioning waste stream cart colors required in the legislation. I do want to draw your attention to Senate Bill 5098 related to weapons in certain areas. This bill was a support with modifications position earlier in session, but those modifications related to defining weapons have been addressed, and so the work group recommended signing in support. As always, if you're interested in testifying or signing in on a hearing in either your individual capacity or on behalf of council, please let us know and we're happy to assist. That takes us through our legislative agenda. As always, I'll start with a flag that the bill tracker's stated position in the packet is the recommended position by the work group and is considered acknowledged by council after this discussion unless you want to pull any for further conversation or adjustment. Takes us to discussion. One bill flagged in our memo and two were shared with council in response to ledge work group discussion last Friday. The first was House Bill 1380, which was in the memo. This is a great example of how our process doesn't really keep up with the realities of the fast-paced session, as this bill did not make it out of the House and is considered dead. If there's interest in a discussion, I'm happy to pause, but otherwise we'll move on to the tenant protection bills.
They're okay.
House Bill 1217, as I mentioned in the email to you all, the House passed an amendment 53 to 42 last week, and the bill is scheduled for a hearing tomorrow. Due to past interest from council in this legislation and us now having a clearer idea of the proposal as it is moving forward, the work group recommended returning to council for a discussion of the bill and a further proposed recommendation to change from a monitor to a support position. On the next slide, I have a table comparing Kirkland's ordinance and the engrossed House bill as it passed out of the House. I'm happy to skip to that slide for discussion if that would be of interest.
I think so.
This. So this compares the House bill on the right and Kirkland's ordinance on the left. As you can see, the ordinance focused on notice of rent increases and move-in fee limits, and the House bill covers a much wider variety of subjects. The move-in fees and the late fees in the House bill originally applied to all rental unit types, but in the version that passed out of the House was restricted to only manufactured housing. So that's where sort of the biggest difference is between our ordinance and the House bill.
Council, any questions on this? And Diana, thank you for doing this. It was my last minute request. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Given this comparison, is there any preemption piece in 1217? Or would, if 1217 passes, how does that work?
I left my notes over there, and I don't know if there's preemption in House Bill 1217.
Ooh, I am not sure either.
I have not.
I don't recall that there was, but I haven't, the latest bill I haven't looked at, so we can look right now.
It actually, and if you could follow up, that's fine. I don't think it's necessarily relevant to the discussion we're going to have.
Thank you for that. Anyone else? Councilmember Black?
Well, thank you. I just, as legislative work group chair, I just wanted to provide some additional context around how the legislative work group has been looking at this legislation as it's moved through the process. So the work group, the government affairs staff, our contract lobbyists, and our subject matter advisors among staff in planning, building, parks and community service, and city attorney's office have all, since this bill was first introduced, have been monitoring it really closely. It was understood upon its introduction that it was going to undergo a lot of changes over the course of the session, and so that was one of the reasons. One, we had it as monitor, but also the legislative work group was recommending monitor. It's also why we were actually monitoring it so closely. It did actually undergo a lot of changes. A lot of hard work got put into it by legislators among our delegation, but also, of course, legislators statewide. And a lot of that hard work has led to, I think, some improvements in the bill and some, I guess I would say, greater flexibility particularly for housing providers. And just as an example, The 10 years went to 12 years, so new construction would not be subject to this for up to 12 years. Smaller size residential unit complexes with an owner occupant are excluded in recognition of what that type of housing is and what those type of housing provider, who those housing providers are, which is, actually the owner of the property. So with all those changes, our subject matter advisors who've been examining this, along with everyone else, has moved from wanting to monitor to wanting to support. And the legislative work group has agrees with that. I will say that since the very beginning, our subject matter advisors have noted at each stage of monitoring this bill that the leading human service need identified when residents seek assistance from the city. So when people come to the Human Services Department at the city of Kirkland, the number one need that they identify involves their rent, significantly increasing, specifically increasing to the point that they cannot afford. And they are seeking assistance on either, is this rent increase legal, or where else can they live because they can no longer afford their current rent. So it's been identified as important by the folks who are professionals and experts in our city providing the type of human services that we provide. So that's why it's coming before you at this stage. It's now passed out of the House of Origin and is on the other side of the rotunda. And it's time, it makes sense for the city to consider support for this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you to the Legislative Work Group for tracking this for so long. I know that we have had multiple discussions on this as a full council. Can only imagine how many discussions you've had as a Legislative Work Group as well. Thank you to staff for all your hard work, all the different folks that I know have been tracking this closely and monitoring it. And I also really appreciate the stakeholders and the state legislators that really wanted to come together. I think we heard tonight that this is a reasonable and a moderate approach, and I really appreciate that from our state legislature, that they wanted to be really thoughtful about this. Councilmember Black mentioned that there were improvements and greater flexibility for housing providers, which is something that we've heard from stakeholders and folks in the community. We wanted to make sure that we weren't negatively impacting like mom and pop landlords. And so, as Councilmember Black mentioned, there are provisions in there to help protect those folks and to help so we're not hindering development of new housing with the extension to 12 years. So I do think it's really thoughtful. It really does read like there were a lot of good compromises that just make sense. So in order to move this forward, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a formal motion. Sure. That's okay? Okay. I move to modify the city's position on engrossed House Bill 1217 from monitor to support.
Second.
Discussion.
I will get to that. It has been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Sweet, to modify the city's position on engrossed House Bill 12.
Madam Mayor, it was seconded by Deputy Mayor Arnold.
What did I say?
Councilmember Sweet.
Oh, sorry.
A lot of people get confused.
It's 10:48.
I thought she had a direct connection to your ear.
In my head. She made a movement or something. Anyway, let's see. It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Deputy Mayor Arnold, to modify the city's position on engrossed House Bill 1217 from monitor to support. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Thank you. Does staff have any opinion on how this may affect the station area and the development of the station area?
Well,
We've never had a discussion.
it's a 12-year.
I'm asking staff.
I think the intention behind that 12-year delay in implementation is to limit the impacts on new development. So I think the intention behind the legislation is to reduce impacts on visions like that. We have not specifically engaged with developers or have modeled what the impacts might be in our station area specifically. There are exemptions for affordable housing. And so some of the provisions that we have to require affordable housing may not be applied, this policy may not apply. And so it's worth further evaluation, but we have not indicated that there would be any specific impacts.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. The work that we did in Ordinance 4810 originally was to a response to COVID after eviction limits were lifted. And like many economic justice issues, I believe rent stabilization is better decided at a state level, and respect the work that the legislature has done to get to these, to make the policy trade-offs, to pass this through the State House. From questions that I have, one thing not mentioned in the slide that's in the bill, there are exemptions for new construction that Councilmember Black has mentioned. There are also exemptions on owner-occupied housing, including accessory dwelling units, duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. And those address my concern on whether this conflicts with the work the city's doing on middle housing, because we actually want the housing supply that we're enabling and is getting built actually getting turned into rental housing for our workforce, our seniors, and others in our community. So I think this bill represents work that fits in well to our continuum of housing and homelessness issues, and support its passage moving forward.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Sweet?
I just want to say that this was a hugely contentious bill as it went through the House. The day before they finished with it, there were 44 amendments that were being presented by the Republican side of the House. Negotiating, the leadership team was able to get that down to 13 amendments with several significant agreements that convinced all of our delegation, including our senator, who announced at the town hall on this weekend that she would be in support of this bill, that this was something that we needed to do. And in the discussion at that town hall, all three of them spoke in favor and in defense of moving forward with this bill.
Anyone else? Councilmember Black.
So just taking the legislative work group chair hat off, and just as a council member, I just want to add my voice to the support for this, and really emphasize a point that I've made on other occasions, that this type of legislation, this kind of policy really should be statewide. And that's why this is, that's why this is meaningful to me. We taught when we did Ordinance 4810, some or all of us, made that point that this is great, but ultimately, you shouldn't have different rights either as a home housing provider or as a renter, depending on which side of the street you live on. And it's ultimately what's necessary. A regional / statewide approach is really what's necessary in order for this to really meet our housing goals. So it meets our housing goals. Statewide approach is something we've discussed on many occasions, and I think it makes sense, and that's why, as an individual council member, I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was so quick to jump into my motion that I forgot to provide the context of why I support it, so I just want to take a quick moment just to mention, we heard comment tonight around the very real-life impact this is going to have on our residents. Councilmember Black talked about in our Human Services Department, all the folks that come there, and this being the #1 issue that folks have around their housing. And we know that this is going to help real-life folks who are in crisis. There are folks who are just within a week, I knew of 3 families that had to move out of Kirkland because they could not, their rents were increasing and they could not afford to live. And that was just in my social circle of people that I know within 1 week. So this is like real life happening. Children are being pulled out of schools, people are being unhoused, people are having to have extremely long commutes, and their lifestyle, they're losing their jobs because they can no longer afford to commute to work because their rents are going up so high. So I just want to say that if this does pass, this really will help make life better for our constituents and for folks, real families in our community. And I just want to remember the humanity in this and the importance of supporting the most basic need of shelter for folks in our community. So I obviously made the motion, so I will be supporting it, but I just wanted to bring it back to that and really center why I'm supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney?
I just wanted to note that I reviewed the bill really quickly. It does, still no preemption language in this bill, Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, the question is on the motion to modify the city's position on engrossed House Bill 1217 from monitor to support. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Great. So we will let our city lobbyists know to sign us in for the hearing tomorrow and support, and we'll identify other actions in which we can support this legislation moving forward. Before I totally end things tonight.
Diane, I'm going to interrupt you one quick second. Councilmember Sweet needs to excuse herself, and she will be joining us remotely in about 3 minutes.
Thank you. We have one last item that we included in the email earlier this week on Senate Bill 5313. This is another renter-related bill that increases the provisions that are prohibited from rental agreements. It passed out of the Senate with a strong bipartisan vote, and the Ledge Work Group is recommending changing from a monitor to support position and wanted to turn that over for discussion as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Black, do you have anything to add?
I don't have near as many remarks on this one as Diana has already mentioned. This one received a lot of bipartisan support. It makes sense for it to be something the city supports. And these may not be words, Diana, that you would use, but it kind of, one of the things this, here's how I'll put it. This legislation kind of prevents there from being two classes of renters. The ones who can afford the premium service and the ones who just get the basic service. The point being that, is that fair? Okay, she's nodding. Yeah, things you would expect to be in a rental agreement, like you can take your trash out to the shared bin, instead of that being like, oh, actually, that's not part of your rental agreement. You have to pay a premium in order to have that. That may not be a perfect example. Don't quote me on that. But it's those type of rental terms that are just against. This bill would make those sort of just against public policy. So thanks.
I do. I'll take a motion. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To get the ball rolling on this, I will move that. Thank you. Thank you. To get the ball rolling on this, I will move to modify the city's position on Senate Bill 5313, the rental agreement provisions, from monitor to support.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Black to change our city position on SB 5313 from monitors to support. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. That's all I have for you tonight.
Thanks so much. I'll see you early tomorrow. Okay, we are going to move on to, is Councilmember Sweet with us? Okay. We'll go ahead and move forward. We're going to move on to item 8E2, the O.O. Denny Park Improvements Bid Award, which was pulled on consent. Councilmember Pascal?
Thanks. I'd like to move the bid award for the O. Denny Park improvements.
Second. I heard Councilmember Falcone, so it's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Falcone to approve the purchase order for the Northwest Playground to install a picnic shelter at O.O. Denny. Any discussion? Councilmember Pascal.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so First off, I was really glad to see this on our consent calendar. The picnic shelter has been obviously a discussion for many years now, before even the Kirkland annexed the northern neighborhoods. And when I was reviewing this, I noticed that there was a part of it that wasn't funded, and that was to install electrical and lighting to the picnic shelter. And it was for an additional amount, and that we could have a discussion about whether or not we wanted to do that or not. I don't want to delay anything related to construction of this picnic shelter, but I do think it would be worthwhile to have staff provide options for how to fund the electrical and the lighting. And the reason for that is we know that our picnic shelters are very well utilized by the community. Having electrical outlets there, I know, is a real nice feature. People take advantage of them for their rentals. I think it could be useful for events and other things. And then the lighting, we know we've had issues down there at the park during the summer months at night. And we've seen good success with the lights, at least for the Juanita Beach Park picnic shelters, and deterring activities. And I think this would be a good feature to have from a security perspective as well. So I don't want this to be forgotten about in the years ahead. I think it makes a lot of sense to really kind of figure out how we could get this all funded at the same time. But I don't want to delay construction, but I think it would be worthwhile to look at options and have staff bring that back to us. So that's my, do I have to make a motion?
I was going to say, why don't we vote on your first motion, and then you can make a second motion?
Okay. That's fine.
So any discussion on Councilmember Pascal's first motion? All right. The question is on the motion to approve a purchase order with the KCDA for the supply and installation of picnic shelter at 00 Denny Park. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Now, why don't you make a motion?
I'll make a motion to have staff bring back options on how the electrical and lighting could be funded.
Second.
Can we add water to that?
Oh, and the water. Sorry, actually, let's be more specific. To fund the items listed in Table 3 in the memo, which is electrical and water.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Falcone to bring back financing options for council consideration to fund electric and water service to the new picnic shelter. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Okay. We are now moving on to council reports, and I am going to start with Councilmember Pascal.
Given the lateness, I don't have anything.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
I'm just going to repeat what you said earlier. Happy birthday to Vinny. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Given the late hour, I have nothing.
Councilmember Tim Chizen.
March 29th, Kirkland All-American Little League Poker Night will be happening at the Eagles Hall. Last year, I enjoyed it. From what I remember, drinks are poured stiff. It's a late night. It's a great time. Anybody who wants an invitation, let me know. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Wanted to report that through my role on the Regional Policy Committee and the mayor's role on the SCA PIC, we've been working on providing feedback for the King County Parks Levy. The executive has proposed an increase in the Parks Levy from 19.52 cents to 24.43 cents. In Kirkland and other Sound cities think that increase is too large and are working towards providing feedback with a revised ballot measure. We're on a short timeline where the county has got to act next month to put this on the ballot in August. The county would potentially take action by February 15th or February 22nd. And the mayor and I will be working both through a special meeting of PIC that may be called, and the April 3rd Regional Policy Committee on amendments.
Thank you. I know we need to move on, but I do want to thank everyone who volunteered to serve on a board and commission, and thank you for attending the interviews. We have an amazing community and a wealth of people that are dedicated to serving Kirkland, and I'm highly appreciative of that. I will add that next week, the chief and I will be attending a safety task force meeting convened by Councilmember Balducci in response to the murder of bus driver Sean Kim in January. So this is a convening of regional leaders to discuss safety. And tomorrow, Deputy Mayor and I will be attending a PSRC organized meeting with Senator Murray and Diana. So we will report back as soon as we know more. So we're going to move on to city manager reports, and I'm curious if we have Councilmember Sweet. Okay. Yeah, I know she was going to try to connect in the car, but she's probably having challenges. So we will move ahead. City manager.
I'll just go ahead and go straight to our legislative request memos. A brief reminder that the memo is basically a pre-decision. It's not a decision to actually execute a program. It's to give us direction as to bring back options for future action. So the council had given us direction on 3 legislative request memos. We're going to cover each of them tonight. Each of them is only 1 slide and a brief discussion. The first was the council asked for information on potential mental health first aid training for the community. So here to give you that is our Communications Program Manager, David Wilbrecht.
Hi, good evening, Council, Madam Mayor. Thank you. So, as City Manager mentioned, we'll just get right to it. Happy to answer any questions the Council might have regarding the legislative request memorandum for mental health first aid training for the community. But here on the slide, we've put up the 4 options that were detailed in the LRM, left to right there. So, I'll turn it over to you, Madam Mayor, but here to answer any questions.
Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I guess I was the one who officially made this LRM, and of course I was supported by all my fellow council members. So I'll speak. Ultimately, where I came out was that I really liked the idea of the staff coming back with plans for option 1 and option 2. It's really, for me, it's an important community education effort, but it's not meant to be a really huge lift. And we're already doing some of what's under option 2 today with our first aid mental health training that we have planned. Hearing back from staff what you think are some smart ways to implement this community education piece through a variation of option 1 and a variation of option 2. That's what I would ultimately, after considering it, that's where I land. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say I agree with Councilmember Black. Option 1 and option 2 were the ones that I was interested in pursuing. I think they make the most sense with having the most impact with the least amount of additional work, but could still do a lot of good in the community. So I support both of those.
Thank you. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor?
Definitely agree with option 1, but I would defer any additional spending until option 4. So I would say 1, or until the budget discussion, I'd say 1 and 4. But if there is more support for pursuing option 2, we'll have that discussion.
Thank you. Anyone else? What? Oh, Penny's here. Penny, go ahead. Oh, Councilmember Sweet.
Nothing. I would agree with the discussion that I've heard so far.
Okay, thank you. In option 2, I did not see a cost attached to that. Do you want to address that?
Yes, certainly. Thank you. It's a great question. So the short answer is we're not sure if there'll be a cost yet. I think based on the direction that we're receiving tonight, we can certainly reach out and explore if there would be an additional cost. As Councilmember Black noted, we do have a pilot going right now with Valley Cities. And so we can engage further with them to see what the potential might be. But yeah, we can follow up with that.
Okay, because I would support option 1 and 2, but I am mindful of Deputy Mayor's comment about costs.
Okay.
So, anyone else? All right.
Process-wise, can we just get a motion to come back with option 1 and 2 together? So that it's
Councilmember
on the
Black?
record.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make a motion for the staff to come back with proposals for option 1 and option 2.
Been moved by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Falcone to come back with proposals for option 1 and 2. All those in favor, please say aye.
Discussion?
Oh, discussion. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
I'd be in favor of that, but if bringing back option 2 had more clarity with the funding required. I'm not going to modify the motion, I'm just going to
Any further
make a comment.
discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, update options for resolution 5424.
Okay. Our second one also will be one slide, and it's options for updating resolution 5240, and that's going to be presented by our DEIB manager, Erica Boscoro.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Deputy Mayor. So I'll be brief as well. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing up to update options for Resolution 5240. The ask tonight, that staff proposes these 3 options for your consideration. The options can be combined and or modified. And tonight we're looking for a motion. Please provide staff direction on the following: the options selected, level of community outreach desired, and funding preferences. Option 1 is to take no action. We would keep the resolution as is, and so therefore there would be no additional funding associated or community outreach. Option 2, upgrading and returning with suggested actions. This option allows staff to reflect and take a look at everything that has changed since the resolution passed in 2017 till now, being able to update it with the roadmap, connections to the roadmap. This option does have the option to conduct outreach and therefore might need funding to conduct outreach or for potential new action items. And then the last option, integrating updates into the DIB roadmap process. This option would be not to take immediate action, but allowing the reflection time to be tied to the work that we're doing with the DIB map. And we wouldn't come back to council till the fall when we do our annual DIB report. This option might require additional community outreach, depending on what council decides, and might need additional funding for the outreach as well. And so I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this may have been my LRM, so I'll kick us off. I support option 2 with modifications. And the reason I do is because, well, since I brought forth this LRM, I think we should take action to update, so I don't support option 1. Option 3, I believe we'll already be doing this work under the DEIB work and the roadmap that we're already doing, so I don't know that that's unique and necessary to give direction through an LRM. And option 2 almost gets at what I was looking for in updating our 5240. I really see this as more of an internal check to capture our existing policies than it is having to go out and do a full public engagement process on this. We've done public engagement processes on our DEIB roadmap that you reference, when we did our 5240 a few years back. And this is really a refresh given the current context, context in our community and in our country, to make sure that we're really capturing all of the values and all of the policies that we have in our city. And so I would like us to take inventory of our policies that relate to the values that are articulated in 5240, make sure that our values are clearly stated, if there's any updates that we need to make to our values stated in 5240. And I don't think it's as much of a lift as far as financial or time, because I don't think we need to go out with a big, robust community engagement process in order to do that, because like I said, so much of that is internal. So because of that, I would modify, scratch, most of, there may be some outreach, but I don't think it needs to be a huge comprehensive process. And I also think the last bullet, that it could be much sooner than the third quarter of 2025, given that we don't have to do such a robust process. So I'm not yet making a motion because I want to hear what folks have to say, but that would be the direction that I would like to see us go with this as a modified option 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
I absolutely agree with what Councilmember Falcone just stated. Option 2, well, R54 or 5240 preceded the DEIB roadmap. It's a statement of our values, and I really believe that it deserves just to be updated, just to be, a current document. Probably should have happened every so often, but in fact, the DEIB integration process will happen very naturally. So this I just see as an update.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Black?
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was definitely curious to hear what my colleagues had to say about this one. And I appreciate the direction this is going with this modified option 2. And I like the idea that this is, not entirely, but largely an internal, I think you said inventory. It's basically like taking stock of 5240, however many years later it's been. Is it 3, 4 years? It doesn't matter. But it's been a few years, and a lot has happened in the mean. It's been 8 years since we did 5240?
Yep.
Well, we didn't do it. I didn't.
After a presidential election.
16.
Yeah, okay. So this is a different resolution than the one I had in my head, but, because the one I had in my head, I voted on. But,
34.
yeah, doesn't matter. Point's still valid. A lot has happened, and it just makes sense to take stock, is to make sure that this is still an accurate reflection of our values. So I really like the approach this is going, so I'll support this.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Falcone?
Okay. Oh,
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
I will support this and support most of what Councilmember Falcone said. I think the language on veterans and military service and some of this is outdated and or inaccurate, and but there's probably many reasons to take a look at it. So I'd support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we, I don't have a motion for me, that we move forward with option 2 as modified as I described earlier in my comments.
Thank you.
Is that clear enough?
Yes.
Thank you. It's been.
Second.
Oh,
Nope. Too
you
late.
got beat. It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Tim Chisholm, to move forward with a modified option 2. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you so much, Council.
All right.
Thank you. Doing great work tonight. So our third and final legislative request memo is going to be presented by our Deputy City Manager, Julie Underwood. And this was a request that came from Deputy Mayor Arnold regarding sort of preparing for the impacts of federal action that are happening with the current administration.
Good evening, Council. This was requested by Deputy Mayor Arnold to monitor presidential actions and assess and respond to impacts. There are 2 options before you. Option one is to really formally create an internal process where we're monitoring and identifying potential and actual risks. This would be led by the city manager's office. A team of us would take this on. This may require additional resources. It really kind of comes down to what we believe those risks are. Additional resources may include things like outside legal counsel, lobbyists, partnering with organizations, that sort of thing. In addition, we are recommending that our tracker be considered confidential and attorney-client privilege. Of course, we would share that with the city council, but given that, as many of you know, there are a flurry of litigation out there based on a lot of the actions, and so that is something we would want to have most likely under the city attorney's office and protected. Option two is obviously we are monitoring these things now, but in a more informal way, and that in this option, we just continue with that status quo and really minimize using any outside resources. I do have a sample tracker that I can show you. I think our intent with that is to see, are we tracking the types of things you want us to track? So let's take a look at that. Okay. So we'd want to track when the action, can you see it? When the, oh no, you can't see it.
You can see it
Sorry.
behind us, though.
I'm hearing you guys whisper over there. Thank you. Right now, there's a flurry of, as you are well aware, executive orders coming out of the administration. And so effective date, what the EO is, or the executive order or federal action is, a summary of what that action is, the department that would be the lead in tracking that, including the point of contact, what the potential implication or impacts are, what are the risks and threats, and that is to the city, and then what the status is it, for example, in litigation, that sort of thing, and then any notes. But pretty high level, and again, this would be something we would protect under attorney-client privilege. Let me pause there and see if you have any questions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for this research, Julie. I support option one here in seeking additional guidance and support, and have a couple of notes. One, Redmond has already authorized hiring of a federal lobbyist, so there may be some opportunities to coordinate on cost. What we've heard from the Puget Sound Regional Council, which is the funnel of federal transportation funds to the region, is that there's been some slowing and restarting and freezing and unfreezing of things that have previously just been housekeeping actions. And there's been press coverage of other programs that have had reimbursement issues, even for obligated federal funds. So I think we do need to track this very closely and would support the effort to do that, even if it ends up having a financial impact. And then in addition to your question of whether this covers what everything we want to do, the other thing that I'd want to look at is from the supply chain inflation issue, from a procurement standpoint, if there's anything that the team says, hey, we should move now to stockpile or front load any purchases, I'd want to make sure that we can help support those things to continue to provide the same level of service.
Thank you. Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just keep watching you shake your head, and I think.
You know what I'm thinking.
So I was a bit of two minds when I read the LRM over the weekend. Ultimately, I'm coming down in favor of option one. The focus. I don't need to repeat everything that's been said about the importance of the work. What I want to add to that is just clarification. I don't want this to be a tracker for tracking's sake. I want this to be a tracker for impacts that are meaningful to the city of Kirkland and our community that are gonna, in other words, let's spend money to save money. It won't be as simple as that, but that's kind of the lens I want to have, is that we're gonna spend the resources to do this tracking because we are gonna be in a better position to be resilient and responsive, maybe even proactive, and ultimately, do things to protect our community and save our taxpayer dollars in the end. So that said, and then, so when we're talking about potential implication impact, Julie, you said when it came to risks and exposure, that was risks, threats, and exposures to the city of Kirkland. I think we'd say the same thing, the potential implication impact for the city of Kirkland. And we're focused on those. There's going to be a lot of chaos. There has been a lot of chaos. There's going to continue to be a lot of chaos. It's going to be really hard for us to keep up with all the chaos. So we've got to sort of cull through the chaos and focus on those things that are happening that really affect the city of Kirkland that we need to be responsive to or proactive on. So with that understanding, I support option one.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. I would support option one. I guess we've all voted to renew the DIEB roadmap, which means we'll all be in the same camp someday together. So I'll go with option one. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, Julie, for this. And yes, I am shaking my hand. It's not just tracking our internal data and processes. It's helping us build contingency plans. If we have an emergency, will FEMA be there? If FEMA's not there, what are we going to do? We know that there's going to be increased human services needs. We know that Medicaid is used to fund our crisis center. This is emergency planning. Do we need to rebuild our firewalls or look at different issues of not just external penetration, but within our own country? So I'm worried. And I think it's really important that we formalize this and take the chaos and the threats very seriously. So, thank you. I'll take a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move that we move forward with option one.
Second.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councilmember Black to move forward with option one. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Okay.
City Manager, anything else?
Just calendar update. Any additions to the calendar from the council? Okay. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, everyone. It's late night. We are adjourned.